Good morning to you all. Honorable Minister of Public Sector Enterprises, Second Deputy Governor of Bank of Ghana, all protocols observed. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the National Policy Dialogue on Gendered COVID-19 Impacts on Women-Owned Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises and Women's Financial Inclusion in a Digital Economy, organized by the Network for Women's Rights in Ghana, with support from Gracia Machel Trust and Crossroads International. NETRIGHT is a national women's rights network. Since its inception in 1999, NETRIGHT has promoted the cause of women across the country through information sharing, capacity building, advocacy, networking, research, and publications. The network focuses on 3 thematic areas: economic justice, natural resources, and movement building. Currently, the network has a membership of 122 CSOs, mostly made up of women rights organizations, and over 350 individual members across the country. I have the singular honor to introduce our moderator for this national dialogue. She is Emerita Professor of African Studies at the University of Ghana, Legon. She served as Director at the Social Development Policy Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And she is a Professor of African Studies at the University of Ghana, where she was also Director of the Institute of African Studies between 2002 and 2009. She holds undergraduate and graduate degrees in law from the University of Ghana, Legon, and the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and a PhD in anthropology from Indiana University, Bloomington. Her research interests are in African development, women's rights and empowerment, contemporary African migrations, and African higher education systems, and she has published widely in those areas. She is a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and has received several awards and recognitions, including the University of Ghana Meritorious Service Award in 2007, Ghana's Order of the Volta Officer Class in 2008, and an honorarium doctorate degree from the University of Sussex, UK in 2015. She is also a past convener of NETRIGHT and also a past steering committee member. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Emerita Professor Techua Menu. Prof, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Good morning, everybody. I don't know whether it's the lighting in the room, but it's a little dark and I can't see all of you. But I'm going to begin by asking you to move up. The outliers are the back. We don't want you to be outliers. And in the corner there. So if you could move up a bit, just so we have a cozier atmosphere, it would be best. So let me begin by thanking NETRIGHT for asking me to moderate this very important national policy dialogue on gendered COVID-19 impacts on women-owned MSMEs, medium, small, and micro enterprises. I don't know whether I've got it all in the right order. And women's financial inclusion in a digital economy. I know that there will be a lot of questions from the media at the end, and there will be several people here who will be very well placed to answer those questions. You are the program, and we'll go straight to it. But let me acknowledge the persons on the high table. Originally, we were billed to have the vice president, but as you all know, he's the acting president and very busy. And he has sent no less a person than the Minister for Public Enterprises and MP for Efia constituency in the Western region. I know your constituents just don't want you to be known as the Minister for Public Enterprises. They want to see that their minister is here. Yes. So thank you very much, Minister, for taking time to join us this morning. And then we also have the Deputy Governor, the second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Mrs. Elsie Ado Awazi. See, we have our people in the high places. Eh? And then we have Ms. Eva Mens, Director, Technical Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Yes, thank you very much. She has asked me how she can join NETRIGHT, and I have told her that she will join before she leaves this room. So get ready for that. And of course, my own little sister who is growing very fast, Professor Akosua Adumakun, Professor Akosua Dakwa, who is the convener of NETRIGHT. So thank you all very much. And of course, to all of you who are here with us this morning, and I know that more people are on the way, and by the end of the day, we'll have a full house to deliberate on these very important issues. You've read the concept note. I don't want to preempt the remarks of the convener, but we had a census last year, and we know that we are still the majority in this country, in the population, women. And we're talking about the economy. And if the economy is doing well, women should be doing well. If women are doing well, the economy should be doing well. So I think that as policy makers, as civil society persons and advocates, that should be the center. There are two very huge demographics in this country, women and youth, okay? And there are lots of female youth, more female youth than male youth. So if the youth and women are doing well, and I'm not forgetting disabled, differently abled people, older, younger, but if women and the youth are doing well, this country will be doing well. So if you like, we could gauge the health of this country, the economic, the social, the political health of this country by how well women and youth are doing. If they are riding high, things will be riding high. And I think that we want to keep this at the back of our heads, that some people don't just, we have a friend who has a joke. When he sees us, he says, so for him, gender issues is, the women who have made a name for themselves by talking about women. So it's not because we are just idle, but we have touched a nerve that if we focus on these populations and demographics, then we will be moving the country forward. So I think that it's only a week or two ago that the president announced the lifting of restrictions on COVID-19. But as I can see, the more cautious ones among us, or sensible ones among us, are still wearing their masks, whilst the over-optimistic ones have dropped their masks. Which means that this COVID-19 effect has not gone away. It is present with us. So it is very important that as we are gradually easing out of it, we should be meeting to assess what we did during COVID-19, what the impacts have been, and how well, as a country, we have responded to this. We also know that everywhere in the world today, digitalization is the big thing. Everybody is talking about the digital economy. So again, we are going to find out where are women and youth in this digital economy, in this digitalization drive. digitalization is the wave of the future. So again, if you don't move along with the women and the youth, you may not get very far. So this, in a nutshell, is why we are here. And we have assembled a team of very able speakers. And they will, by the end of the day, when we leave, everybody will be so enlightened that the media doesn't have to come and ask us any more questions. All their questions would have been answered, unless they just want to hear the sound of people's voices. So without much ado, I will call on Professor Akosua Dakwa, Head of Sociology still? No? You see, I'm failing my test. But today, convener of NETRIGHT, to deliver her opening remarks. Thank you very much, Akosua.
Thank you very much, Professor Emerita Techua Menu. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by acknowledging the people on the high table. Honorable Joseph Kujo, Minister of Public Enterprises, MP for Ifia constituency in the Western region, and also for our purposes, member of the Economic Management team. We've also got in our midst the second Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Ms. Elsie Ado Awaji. We've got the Deputy Chief Director, Technical Ministry of Finance, Ms. Eva Ment. And I just want you to realize that on the table are three very important people who can shape the course of women's businesses moving forward. The fact that they are here suggests to me that they recognize the importance of this discussion, and their presence here suggests that they are key and willing to ensure that this is not just another meeting where we talk, but a meeting that will begin to reap full benefits for our women going forward. And this is important because we do know that Ghanaian women make up 50.7% of our population as per the last census. We also do know that Ghanaian women have a very long history of entrepreneurship. In fact, from as far back as the 1800s, we have documentary evidence, written words that point to the fact that our women are working not just at home, but also outside the home, making money to support their families. When the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs is media, you pay me for turning me into a something. When the MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurs is developed every year, Ghana is usually one of the first names up on that list. Our women show up as being very important in terms of percentages of women entrepreneurs. In the last index, I think we were up 40% of our women are entrepreneurs. And yet, we don't see the full benefits of the work that they do. They are not able to grow their enterprises in the way that they should, in the ways that will generate income for not just themselves, but their families as a whole. That was the situation even before COVID. Now that COVID has hit us, we are going to hear about how that has made the situation even worse. In the last 2 years also, in this country, there's been a large move towards digitalizing our economy. It's been a big part of the work that the Vice President of Ghana has been focused on. And we know, based on some of it documented, some of it anecdotal, that our women are not necessarily fully able to participate in the digital economy either. They might be doing mobile money, but that's about the extent to which their financial inclusion goes. They send money on Momo, they receive money, and that's about it. And yet there's a wide range of possibilities for them on there as well. So we're going to hear and discuss that and talk about the ways in which these efforts can be expanded so that we can reach as many women as possible and make sure that they are not just working, but that they are earning incomes that benefit them as well as their families. I'm hoping that this meeting will generate some really important policy recommendations that we can use going forward to request of our state to implement to improve the lives of our women. As Professor Emerita Techua Menu mentioned, if our women's lives improve, all of us improve as well. So this is not just a discussion about improving women's entrepreneurship, it's a discussion about improving our economy in general. I wish us fruitful deliberations. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
So this is not just a talk shop. We have been very deliberate about who we have invited. As you can see, you heard economic management team. When people hear that economic management team is going to meet, they start shaking. They are wondering what will come out of it. So, and we've got the money person here too. Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana. So we have been very, very deliberate. And at the end of the day, we want to see results. This is not a talk shop. Otherwise, we would have done it at the university. Okay. So I now call on Ms. Gifty Volim Karimin Cook, Interim Country Manager, Crossroads International, if she's here, to make her remarks. Is she here? Okay, we'll take her when she comes. So now, I have great pleasure in calling upon my sister, my junior sister, my junior learned sister, Mrs. Elsie Adu Awaji, who is part of the Gracia Marshall Trust Expert Leaders Group, Ghana, and of course, our second deputy governor of the Bank of Ghana, the first female in our history to hold such a position. Thank you very much, madam. Look, this mic, who is doing it? You need to tape it properly. It keeps coming off. Okay, it will pick up the sound there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prof, I needed to correct a little fact before. Yes, I am the second woman to hold the role, the first having been Mrs. Theresa Usu, now Nana Uyemansa. It's important that we know, the progress women have over the years. So at this point, I'd like to recognize the presence of the representative of His Excellency, the Vice President, in the person of Honorable Joseph Kujo, Minister for Public Enterprises, MP for Ifia constituency, and as you heard, a very distinguished member of the Economic Management team. Also, the representative of the Honorable Minister for Finance, in the person of Ms. Eva Menz, Deputy Chief Director, Ministry of Finance. She's the first woman to hold that role and was also the first woman to be the Director of Budget at the Ministry of Finance. Very important. Emerita Professor Techua Menu, my senior sister and most respected. Mrs. Clarissa Kuduo, Assistant Director of the Payment Systems Department of the Bank of Ghana and a consummate advocate for gender inclusive finance. All distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Baba, as we say in Ghana, to this very important national dialogue. I wear two hats at this function. As Deputy Governor, I bring you warm greetings from Governor Addison, who would have loved to be here, but is having to be at another equally important function. The Bank of Ghana believes in an inclusive financial system and an inclusive economy. It works for all of us as a nation if all key economic actors have the potential to really give up their best so that growth and development is shared as a shared agenda by all stakeholders, and also that we see the benefits in terms of sustainable growth and development. So this is something that we very much believe in at the Bank of Ghana. I also wear the hat of a an expert member of the expert leaders group of the Grasta Machel Trust that is co-sponsoring this dialogue. This group of people, the Grasta Machel Trust, as well as the expert leaders group that is made up of women professionals from across Africa, are key advocates of inclusive finance for women, particularly to help promote a more gender equal economy for African economies. As Emerita Professor mentioned, women form the majority of our population in Ghana, and it's quite common also across the region. And so the idea is for us to help to develop more sustainable economies in our region, Africa, by promoting more women inclusion in financial services as well as in the economy broadly, so that women can bring their best to bear in terms of helping to create more durable and resilient economies. The case for investing in women and helping women become more able to access financial services so that they are better able to grow their businesses has been made over the years, and I won't belabor the point. I am sure that when we hear some of the distinguished panelists speaking later today, we will get more of the facts and figures to support that. But the general learning and wisdom from all over the world is when women are able to access critical financial services, management services, technology, and all other things that they need to start, grow, and manage a business sustainably, it inures to the benefit not only of those women entrepreneurs, but to their families, to their communities, and to national economies, and indeed the global economy as a whole. Women happen to be able to manage resources not only for themselves, as we all know, only in terms of the health and well-being of her family. Her children are able to go to school, eat a good meal, get health care when they need, and all of that. But you see that it translates into the well-being of the community, and then by extension, the well-being of the nation. Sadly, there's still a large gap in access to finance for women. Around the developing world, women lag behind by about 9% compared to their male counterparts in accessing financial services, be it a savings account, a loan, or other insurance services, any financial service that you can think about. In the developing world, women lag behind by at least 9%. This is the same for Africa. And in Ghana, as of 2017, the World Bank estimated that women lag behind by about 8%, their male counterparts, when in access to finance. This was even before the pandemic. And we all know what the pandemic has done to women. Women were some of the most affected because a lot of women businesses in these parts, in our country, are in the informal sector, are very small and micro, and therefore, with the restrictions that came as a result of COVID, you found that many of these businesses struggle to survive. And in fact, some of them have never resurrected as we speak. Those that remained in place are trying, walking and crawling to make it. And we see that around the world, governments provided a number of policy interventions in the midst of COVID to help to support the small business sector. Now, a lot of these interventions were not gender specific. So most of these small business loans and grants and other fiscal policy interventions that were introduced to support the vulnerable in society, in particular small businesses, tended to benefit more men than women. Don't forget that even before the pandemic, women were already lagging behind. And women were also some of the most impacted from the pandemic. If you add to the fact that many of them had to take care of their children who were out of school because of the pandemic, many of them were having to take care of relatives that had become sick from the pandemic, and therefore were generally, struggling in the midst of the pandemic. Many of these interventions had no gender lens. And while they were well-intended, you find that the gap in access to finance became even bigger as a result of this. So going forward, the question for us today is how do we begin to think about the structural barriers, the cultural barriers, all of these barriers that have fought women in terms of accessing financial services and being able to more than ever before participate more fully in the economy. Now, as we heard from earlier speakers, we now have a digital economy, and that is fast evolving. You know, it's fast evolving. Everyone is using e-commerce to grow their businesses so that the seamstress, the bead maker around the corner now knows how to go on Instagram and market their products, right? And all of these. But there are vast numbers of women for whom this is not a reality. And they may have access to mobile money accounts, if at all, but how to leverage these existing platforms and these innovative platforms to be able to grow their businesses in a more sustainable way is still a big challenge to them. And so I do hope that at this juncture, at this meeting, we will all come together. The data is very clear. McKinsey, for example, just released some numbers saying that if nothing is done to address the negative impact of COVID-19 on women, the global GDP will be $1 trillion below where it could have been before the pandemic. Okay? And also, if action is not taken now to achieve gender parity in access to finance, in economic activity, the world economy could lose about $13 trillion by 2030. These are very scary numbers. So as we face the post-COVID environment with the opportunities that were provided with by, technology, how do we ensure that women are not left behind, even more than they were left behind before the pandemic? Okay, again, you'll find that research shows that more women struggle to get access to mobile connectivity, they struggle to get access to mobile money, and more importantly, are not able to use these tools effectively to support their businesses. What interventions can we adopt across our stakeholder groups to make sure that we cure these problems? Every stakeholder needs to do their part. We at the Bank of Ghana, as a policymaker, as a regulator, we continue to enhance our regulatory environment so that the supply of financial services is increased to all stakeholder groups, to all economic actors, particularly women and youthful populations. We have a lot of interventions to make that possible, and we continue to ensure that the banks and other financial institutions that we regulate take this very seriously. Other stakeholders must do their part. I look around the room and I see that it's mostly women here. And one of the things I want to stress is the importance of an inclusive stakeholder approach. Women's business is not only about women, and it's not only for women. As I have shared with you, when women do well, it is not only them that benefit. And so it's not a women versus a men issue. It's about how can we as a nation help women to realize their full potential so that they can contribute the best they can to help all of us and our economy go forward in the most resilient way. And so I would urge on you, NETRIGHT, to make this stakeholder consultative process a wide open one, an inclusive one. We need the male champions, we need everybody. I mean, it's not just because there's access to women for finance and women MSMEs doesn't mean that we just need women at the table. I see only 2 men seated, or 3. Bravo, congratulations to you. But it's a collective effort. It's a collective problem, and it requires a collective stakeholder approach. So I do hope that our deliberations here today are inclusive, are fruitful, and this is meant to be the first of many to come. So I do hope that in subsequent meetings, we will have a wider stakeholder representation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Adu Awasji. You know, because I'm sorry that I seem to have forgotten about Nana Oye Mansa. The problem is that these appointments are so far between. I said these appointments are so far in between that it is easy to forget that somebody has been there before. But I take your point and I do remember. So I did not reach out to our online audience, but I know you are there and listening. Hello, and we will find a way to get your comments and questions as we go on. I also want to assure the second deputy governor that NETRIGHT indeed works with men. There are male members of NETRIGHT, and we do work with organizations. But it is also true that there is a tendency to see gender issues as something exclusively for women. So I'm very glad that you've highlighted the need for an inclusive approach and the need for us to have male champions. In fact, we need them. Since there are more males in the decision-making positions, if they are not on our side and championing what are issues, then it's not going to go very far. But thank you very much for reminding us. And also for reminding us of what happened at the height of the COVID pandemic. I was doing some work and I reached out to the National COVID Task Force. And I will not mention the name of who I was speaking to, but an important member. When I started talking to him about gender issues, it was like there was a pause. First of all, and understandably, in the early stages, there was quite a focus on the health dimensions. So the social and economic dimensions were not adequately addressed. And this was strange because both the United Nations and the African Union had issued advisories to member states to be particularly aware of the gender dimensions. But it doesn't seem to have really been embraced. So you found that, for instance, the Minister for Gender was not a core member of the task force. She only went to brief the task force about relief measures, So, but we've learned a lot of important lessons. And I think that the point is not to say you didn't do this, you didn't do this. But from all the learnings that have accrued, how are we going forward? And I'm glad that you stressed both a value chain and an inclusive approach that, there's so many links. When I go to the market and I see continuously the susu operators and how very nimble and active they are in our marketplaces, I keep asking myself, where are the banks? Where are their representatives in the market? Because regularly, some of these traders get swindled. And inevitably, the susu operators are males. And, so I like it that you've talked about developing technologies, tools, where our female tech developers who can really understand some of the issues that their mothers and aunts and grandmothers face so that we can develop these kinds of tools to leverage on. It's not just that technology has arrived. When you look at successive surveys, the micro-indicator cluster survey, the mix, when you look at women's access, how many women use ICT tools? Yes, the mobile phone. But beyond that, computers. How many people own laptops? All of those things. It's very negligible. It's confined to middle class and even that, women in urban areas. And so that access is not there. So we need to also address the ecosystem. How are we making bandwidth available and cheap and accessible to everybody? Where are we pushing this in our schools? That these things must develop very early. And so we really cross the dots, cross the T's, and make sure that we're joining things up. Otherwise, we will keep moaning and wishing. I remember that in 2016 or 2017, the then Deputy Minister for Science, Environment and Technology, Ms. Patricia Piaget, she made a feeling comment about the number of young women who were in STEM subjects compared to males. And you found that even if all the girls in STEM were offered admission, there would still be a gap. So where do we start? How do we ensure that right from kindergarten and primary schools, etc., this orientation, and I'm an art and humanities and social sciences person, so I'm not saying STEM is everything, but where do we put this balance so that young women who are interested can develop their skills and also begin to think of, what do I want to do? Who is my market? Who is my target? You know, and then we begin, because it's all very well. Instagram, even me here, I don't use Instagram, but that one is out of choice, okay? But you have a very few, maybe if you went around Accra, you would find what, 100,000 entrepreneurs. How many are using Instagram? 5,000, 10,000? It's a small minority. How do we ensure that these tools are available to everybody to use? So now I hear Ms. Gifty Volim Karimi Cook is in the room, and I'd like to call her to come and give some remarks before we proceed. Let's welcome her. This is one of our organizers, supporters at this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I stand on the existing protocol. First of all, let me apologize for coming late. So first of all, let me apologize for coming late. You know, the kind of work we do, you are either chasing something or something is chasing you. So somebody was chasing me, so I had to chase somewhere else. So I came in late. But just to build on Auntie Patricia's point, what we do as Crossroads, and Crossroads International has been working in Ghana over a decade now. Our concentration has been empowering women, especially girls, through education. We also focus on access to justice, gender-based violence, social and financial inclusion, zeroing on our women economic empowerment program. We do realize and acknowledge the fact that digital innovation is one of the components that women are very disadvantaged and excluded. And in selecting our partnerships for 2022-2027 program that is currently running, we were very deliberate in our search for partnerships. So in this portfolio now, we have iSpace that is basically working with women in the ecosystem to reshape their business models to reflect digital innovations into their businesses and programming. Our work is not being implemented directly by Crossroads. We are just about 4 members in the office, but our current portfolio is about 12 partners. So what we do is that we believe in working together with local partners, we can be able to contextualize the interventions, tailor them more intentionally to reach the most vulnerable. So we work through partners. But in doing so, we also believe that we will strengthen the collaboration among our partners so they can co-create these solutions that will benefit the populations we serve. So we see that the collaboration going forward will have our partners leveraging on each other's capacity to include a lot of the women that are currently outside the space. And this was very evident for us when the COVID hit. We realized that most of the women businesses had fallen off because they didn't have the skills to be able to market competitively like their other colleagues who were already very active on the digital platforms. So it's one of the things. And we had to launch a call that we call the COVID response to be able to design these projects to respond specifically. I'm happy to note that as part of that COVID response call, Ghana, out of the 66 countries we are reporting, received 3 of those grants. And one of it is being implemented by NETRIGHT. We have iSpace Foundation implementing another one, and then NOSAC internally implementing one. And these are all focused on ensuring that women are included, either strengthening their leadership skills or financial inclusion to make them economically empowered. I want to say that as we continue looking forward and trying to recover from the COVID, what we want to continue to do is to support platforms like this, that we can advocate more and get a lot more stakeholders to see what women are doing and strengthen some of the solutions so we can consolidate and build a very strong niches for women to be able to scale their businesses. So on that note, I would want to appreciate all the partners we've worked with and the strong collaborations we've had with NETRIGHT so far, and we will continue to look forward to create a very strong portfolio for our program and the holistic program of the Crossroads portfolio with our partners to achieve a greater impact in the coming year. Thank you very much, and I wish all of us a great meeting.
Thank you very much, Interim Country Manager of Crossroads International, and thank you for your partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, here and online, we've come to a very important stage in our program this morning. As I noted, we had invited His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, and he had accepted to be here. But as you know, he's acting president and he has many other responsibilities this morning. But he did not forget, and he delegated the Honorable Joseph Kujo, MP for Efia in the Western Region, Public Enterprises Minister, and member of the Economic Management Team, to speak to us this morning. And we know that, as my friend Professor Kwesi Yanka says, we'll be speaking for the chief. He's a linguist. So we are all ears, and we invite him to please come to the podium to deliver his address. Thank you very much, Minister.
I want to believe that by the time I finish delivering the Vice President's address, you would see that Honorable Joseph Kujo is a product of a woman. I stand on the protocol established and go ahead to deliver the Vice President's message. When you hear I, it stands for Vice President. I am here to represent His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. He has asked me to convey to you his best wishes for a successful conference on the topic, Gendered COVID-19 Impact and Women-Owned MSMEs and Women Financial Inclusion in a Digital Economy. His Excellency would have liked to be here and to be part of this meeting and to have listened to you directly, given his interest in the digitalization and effort he's making to ensure that the nation accepts the benefit it brings. Owing to scheduling constraints, however, he has asked me to fill his big shoes. I'm aware that a women's rights organization, NETRIGHT, the organizers of this important conference, seek to ensure that the group of persons they represent are fully plugged into the digital economy. Let me emphasize that from the way the economy is being digitalized and the efforts of government in this direction, it is only a matter of time for all to be hooked into the digital economy. It is now much more easier to access goods and services via digital platforms than it used to be. The efforts of NETRIGHT to discuss and educate how this impacts women is a step in the right direction and highly laudable. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the digital economy as we see it is one that is engendered by many activities that are undertaken online, connecting people, businesses, devices, and processes. In Ghana today, from the comfort of your home, it is possible to sell online, make payment for goods and services online, file for and make payment of taxes online, register companies online, clear goods from the port online, and this is what and more the statement. There are now greater and better opportunities for those that are plugged into the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the challenges that we all experienced as a nation during the incidence of the COVID-19 pandemic. The remnants of which we are still experiencing. You may recall that the government of Ghana had to take very bold decisions, some of which were not favorable to a significant portion of the people, particularly in Accra and Kumasi, where we had to lock these two cities down. Indeed, a number of our beloved citizens whose businesses involved services such as retail within market and malls.
And one of the things that was coming up was about the dwindling of funds to support CSOs and the use again of technology to do some of the things that we have been doing, including even using drones to gather data, etc. You know, how do we break the fear of people about these kinds of technologies and make them see them as relevant to their own work? So it's not only zip line that is zipping around to drop vaccines or medication, but it can be used in our day-to-day work. You know, how do we use digital means to collect data so that it becomes less expensive, but also more participatory with people who are on the ground in the areas. So clearly, there are new frontiers, but there are also the hardware of it. Because if there are no masts, if there are no digital installations, if there's no electricity, and if it is not regular, you know, how are we going to get all of these things done? So it has to be a partnership. We can do so much, but we will have to leverage on what already exists and be talking to the ECGs and co. It's not just about complaining about electricity bills, but also how do we use these services in a way that is productive for us, helps to grow businesses, and to think of women not just as consumers, but as producers, and the ways to think of them in our planning, so that you don't just go and install a mast somewhere, but you're going to have a consultation and try to talk to the people who are the users, what might be better for you, instead of somebody sitting in their office in Accra and thinking that they know what is needed elsewhere. So ladies and gentlemen, both here and online, I think that we've had a good start to the day. We've heard the Vice President's address. We've heard from Mrs. Aduawaji. We've heard from the NETRIGHT convener. We've heard from the Crossroads country manager and from the NETRIGHT program manager, Mrs. Patricia Kapo. It is time to break for our tea. We are going to have a short break, and then when we reconvene, we're going to have the panel discussion where some of those sector-specific issues will come up and help us to see how, whether we are in the Ministry of Finance, whether we are in the Bank of Ghana, whether we are business people, whether we are CSOs, how we bring these issues together. But before that, we are also going to have the presentation by Professor Abna Odro, who actually did a study on the COVID impact on businesses and specifically on women's businesses. So I thank you for your attention so far, and we will take a break. No, we are supposed to do the presentation now. Honorable, we are supposed to do the presentation now. Do you want to stay with us and then you will leave? Yes. Okay. So Abna, we will do the presentation now. So I'll ask the high table to move to this table here, and then we will have Professor Abna Odro, who is an associate professor at the Department of Economics, University of Ghana, and also at the Center for Social Policy Studies. No longer. Okay. And her current research interests are in the areas of poverty and inequality, intra-household resource allocation, and regional integration. She's a member of the African Center for Excellence in Inequality Research and is the current president of the International Association for Feminist Economics, IFF. So Abna, thank you very much, and please come up here to give us your presentation on COVID measures and its gendered impact on women's livelihoods. Thank you. Just sitting here.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And I stand on the protocols already established. I would like to thank NETRIGHT for inviting me to participate in this important event. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a deleterious impact on livelihoods across the world. Notwithstanding the shortcomings in the gross domestic product as an indicator of well-being, the decline in Ghana's real GDP growth from 6.5% in 2019 to 0.4% in 2020 must provide some reason for pause. The projected growth rate of 4.4% in 2021 immediately raises questions as to which groups and regions benefited from this growth. The COVID-19 pandemic has been described as the great leveler. However, as statistics on which groups were more likely to be vulnerable to the disease emerged, and data was made available on which sectors contracted and which sectors did not, it was evident that COVID-19 is not a great leveler, but exacerbates existing inequalities. Women and men face different constraints and opportunities in social and economic life. Gendered norms and practices and gender-blind rules and laws crowd women into particular occupations and industries, limit their access to credit and other resources, make them vulnerable to violence at home, in the workplace, and in the community and imposes time burdens on them. It cannot be expected that the COVID-19 measures will have a gender-neutral impact, and neither should society in general, nor policy makers in particular, be oblivious to the gender-differentiated impact. Ghana's COVID-19 measures can be classified broadly into 4 groups. Measures taken to contain the spread of the virus, first group. Immediate measures to mitigate the effects of the containment measures. These were introduced in April 2020. Economic stimulus measures to stabilize the economy between July and December 2020. And medium-term measures to revitalize the economy and set it on the path of growth and transformation between 2021 and 2023. And the last 2 measures comprise the Ghana Cares Obatampa program. As of 28th March 2022, just over 2 years after the first case of COVID-19 was confirmed in Ghana, the confirmed cases stood at 160,971, and the number of deaths stood at 1,445. Granted that many cases of COVID-19 in Ghana went unrecorded, the economic disruption caused by the pandemic was not due to the direct effects of the disease. And we take as an example what happened in the airline industry in the United States in December 2021, when flights had to be canceled because staff were sick with the Omicron virus. So we find that many of the effects in the economy due to the pandemic was largely due to the measures taken to stop the spread of the virus. This presentation will examine the effect of the COVID-19 measures on women's livelihoods by addressing the following issues. First, what was the effect of the containment measures on women firm owners? Second, were the measures aligned with the perceived needs and expectations of business owners? Was there widespread uptake of the measures? Fourth, what was the impact of the measures? And finally, I shall address how women business owners respond to the effect of the containment measures. Now, this analysis is going to be based on a review of the secondary literature. There is the data collected by the Ghana Statistical Service, but unfortunately it suffers from a shortcoming, at least in the data that I have, that we are not able to identify the sex of the owner of sole proprietorships, and that comprises about 80% of the data set. And for that reason then, I am not able to use that data in the way that I would have wanted for this kind of analysis. So I'm depending largely on the secondary literature. So our first question, what were the effects of the containment measures on women firm owners? Now, women are concentrated in and dominate, and this is based on the 2021 census findings. They dominate the manufacturing, wholesale and retail trade, accommodation and food service, and other service sectors. Now, these sectors experienced rates of closure above the national average during the lockdown period. So they were relatively harder hit. The data shows that recovery in the accommodation and food sector was particularly slow compared to businesses in the retail or wholesale trade and manufacturing sectors that tended to reopen after the lifting of the lockdown measures. The majority of firms in the accommodation and food sector remained closed. This is after the lifting of the measures. And to some extent, much as the lockdown restrictions, as we know, was one of a package of measures that had been introduced. The social distancing measures, the border closures, the school closures still remained in place after the lifting of the lockdown restrictions. And these all had effects on the activities of firms. So the effect of the lockdown, in terms of analysis of the effect of the lockdown was the loss of employment. People lost their jobs, businesses stopped operating. There was also reduction in the number of hours worked, and this translated into either no incomes or reduced earnings. And work done by ISA finds that the earnings of the self-employed and earnings of women declined and remained below their pre-lockdown levels for 4 months after the lockdown restrictions had been removed. And the focus is on the 4 months after, because this is when the data was collected. The researchers found that the effect of the lockdown restrictions was to widen the gender pay gap. We already have a gender pay gap, and the effect of the COVID measures was to widen this further. A survey of heads of households, again conducted by ISA, indeed it's referring to the same study that I've just referred to, found that a greater percentage of female heads of households than male heads of households reported the loss of the household's main source of income. Now, the lockdown measures and the school closures that extended beyond the lockdown period, kept household members at home during periods when they ordinarily would be away. This increased the household chores of women, because we know that the burden of housework is borne disproportionately by women. For some women, the increased time spent on housework took away from the time they would spend on business-related activities. So we can then understand the implications of these for sales, for revenue generation. Not only were there increasing demands on women's time, there was also increasing demand on their savings at a time when incomes had fallen. Women mentioned that they had to draw down on their savings to finance household expenditures. Next, I want to look at the measures that were to find out whether the measures were aligned with the perceived needs and expectations of businesses. Unfortunately, I cannot conduct a gender analysis here, but however, I think it's relevant information for us. The initial policy measures introduced to mitigate the effect of the containment measures included subsidies on water and electricity, subsidized loans and tax reliefs, and the four most frequently cited policies that firms desired were loans with subsidized interest rates, cash transfers, deferral of rent, mortgage, or utilities, and tax deferrals. So the initial policy measures introduced by government appear to have been aligned with what the firms wanted. So we have the measures in place. Was there widespread uptake of the government measures? Now, the Ghana Enterprise Agency, formerly the National Board for Small-Scale Industries, reports that it disbursed subsidized loans to over 300,000 businesses. This notwithstanding, based on the data collected by the Ghana Statistical Service, by September 2021, about 15% of businesses had benefited from some support. Beneficiaries of support were less likely to be found in the accommodation and food sector and the trade sector than in other services and in manufacturing. It would also appear that initially, whatever dissemination strategies were in place to inform businesses of government support measures were not effective in reaching their targets. When the first survey conducted by the Ghana Statistical Service was conducted in May-June 2020, about half of the firms that did not receive support mentioned that this was because they did not know about the measures. However, by September 2021, majority of firms that had not received support was because they were not successful in their applications. Pessimism about whether their applications would be successful held back many firms from applying, as was the perception. And maybe not only perception, some did try the realization that the process was too difficult. The online application process was a deterrent for many. Women who did not have literacy or computer skills had to rely on others to complete the forms online. Some women reported not understanding the process. So the process of, and in some cases, the process of meeting the eligibility requirements were daunting. Now, what was the impact of the measures? Data collected by the Ghana Statistical Service reveals that receipt of support had a positive impact on sales of businesses in the manufacturing and accommodation and food sectors. We know that these are sectors where women dominate. However, unfortunately, we don't have enough information to be able to conduct a good gender analysis. But at least in these sectors where women dominate, we find that support measures had a positive impact on sales. I would like to look at a particular example of government measures. And this is the reopening of schools. This had a positive stimulus effect on women's businesses. Now, in order to contain the spread of the virus when schools were reopened, government provided for the fumigation of schools and the provision of reusable face masks to students, teachers, and non-teaching staff. And these PPEs were to be sourced from domestic producers. And as a result, created a large surge in demand in the economy. That was a boost to the garment sector. Subcontracting of orders to meet demand meant that there was a positive trickle-down effect to numerous operators in the industry. And I spoke to one such operator who mentioned that it was a big boost to her activities and helped tide her through the period. And indeed, as a result of this, preferred the fact that she could be involved in production rather than go in for a subsidized loan and incur debt. So how did women business owners respond to the containment measures? They diversified their business activities. Dressmakers went into the production of PPEs, one particular example. However, work that has been done looking at this issue found that particularly for rural entrepreneurs, social norms are a constraint on the choice of sector or activity to diversify into. Norms that keep women out of activities such as masonry, for example, meant that women could not diversify into that activity. However, when we look at the data, we realize that the construction sector was one of the sectors least affected by the lockdown and recovered quite quickly when lockdown restrictions were removed. In the same instance, men in some rural locations could not diversify into food preparation activities that were perceived as being the domain of women. So we see how national social norms can affect the ability to respond. Some women entrepreneurs made recourse to online marketing. However, to be successful, and this is based on a conversation I had with a young lady, to be successful, one has to promote one's business online. And this is not without cost. And depending upon how much promotion you want to go in for, you pay more, and it's in dollars, priced in dollars. So we find that some young women who had lost their jobs ventured into the online business as a means of maintaining an income stream. However, not all of them were able to sustain the business. So I would like to conclude. And my first observation in the conclusion that I'm going to make in the conclusion is that macroeconomic policies that ensure price stability, policies that ensure exchange rate stability, whilst not creating a disincentive to exports. So macroeconomic policies that promote growth and demand is essential. The increase in demand, that is sales, was mentioned by a significant proportion of firms as being the reason why they were able to increase sales and therefore recover from the impact of the pandemic. So the macroeconomic environment is critical. It is critical because we need a stable macroeconomic environment to reduce uncertainty, contribute to boosting aggregate demand, so that even for those who do go for the option of taking loans, they know that there is enough demand in the economy such that they'll be able to increase output and service their loans. Second observation. The CARES program intends to develop ICT digital economy industries and to fast-track digitization. It's been said already, but I'll reiterate it here, that this must go hand in hand with a program to make citizens digitally literate And such a program must ensure that women and girls are deliberately targeted. Third observation. If women are to effectively participate in the programs rolled out by the CARES program, they must be relieved of the responsibility of care. Care for children, care for the elderly, and the burden of household chores that are borne essentially by women. Women's care responsibilities influence whether they participate in the labor market, the type of activities they engage in, and whether they participate as full-time or part-time workers. Publicly provided daycare centers and preschool facilities with opening hours that meet the needs of working mothers are required. Fourth observation is that in addition to having a stable, a macroeconomic policy that provides price stability, exchange rate stability, and interest rates that are not onerous, gender-responsive budgeting should be incorporated into the macroeconomic framework. This is something that Ghana committed to in 2007, but it is not something that we always adhere to. And it's important that we do adopt this strategy. Fifth observation is to do with procurement policy. And in listening to the contributions that were made on the garment sector and the positive effect that the domestic sourcing of PPEs had in the sector for some women entrepreneurs, it then flags the importance of public procurement. Public procurement is a source of demand in the economy, but then also who participates is also important. Is the procurement only going to be successful for very large companies that take the entire contract? Or should we consider a contract that is broken up into smaller packages so that we have a larger number of firms and companies participating? This is something that we need to consider. As well as asking the question, who are those who benefit or who are successful in when it comes to competing for public contracts? Is there a gender bias? What can be done to increase the participation of women entrepreneurs? And my final observation, the effect of the COVID measures did not impact women business owners in the same way. Women entrepreneurs are found across different industries, different locations, and operate within different firm sizes. The women have different literacy and digital skills and quality of social networks. And these characteristics, these features, determine how women business owners were impacted by the containment measures and impacted by the policy measures to promote for recovery and transformation and stabilization. These characteristics determine who can take advantage of opportunities determine how different firms cope with shocks and the extent to which they recover. And similar considerations apply also to male business owners. This means that in the design of policies, these characteristics can be considered as fault lines that must be taken into account so that existing inequalities are not deepened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Abna. Please sit down. Let's give her another round of applause. No? Okay. So you will agree that she has done a very mistressy presentation of the COVID-19 situation and its impacts, its gendered implications. And I think that she's highlighted a number of issues for us. The data issues, the fact that data is not always available in a sex disaggregated manner, and it makes work difficult. We also know that a lot of the very useful work that the Ghana Statistical Service did for us on COVID-19 was quantitative, and we did not get these qualitative breakdowns. Nevertheless, she has used the secondary literature very well to structure her presentation, and she's come out with some very important conclusions for us. I was in the United Arab Emirates recently, not in Dubai, another Emirate that nobody seems to know about called Sharjah. And I was struck the morning when we arrived. We didn't spend much time at the airport in Dubai. They let us go off to our hotels. And then around 11 o'clock or so, I received a call. You must come downstairs at 2:30 p.m. to go and take your COVID test. And where did I go and take my COVID test? It was just a stroll across the street to some medical center, a pharmacy. And within minutes, the test had been done. Similarly, when I was leaving, they even came to the hotel to take the test. And I was thinking about how spreading out how some of these things get done benefits many more people than centralizing and, getting complaints about why only one group is doing this, who is benefiting. So the same way, I think Abna's example of the production of the PPEs and the subcontracting, and how it flowed down to even the hawkers on the streets, because they quickly adapted sanitizers. So everybody is selling sanitizers. It's mass, So how do we really think about these things? So local production is so important, because whatever the problem, if you manage to get the local production, then it's flowing down to so many people. And then the insistence that we really should not think that it's a one-size-fits-all, to look at the implications in terms of sector, in terms of size, in terms of the characteristics of the firm operators is also very important. I don't think, Abna, that you could have said something about gender-responsive budgeting to somebody here who, as far as I know, was the leader of gender-responsive budgeting. She went to the Paris aid effectiveness and all of those things. So, Eva, it is to say that the job has not been done, okay? And you know it more than us. But we are insisting that this gender-responsive budgeting, we just shelved it. I think in Ghana, sometimes we put things under the cupboard and we hope that it will go away. But we know it's not going anywhere. So we need to take it out and really ensure that all the trainings that were done 15 years ago, we resurrect it, look at it again, and see how we're going to spread it. And this issue about public procurements, it is so important. You know, you look at government or opposition policy, and it's all about procurement. And the question is, and we know that it really stimulates demand. So where you procure from is important. How you do it is important. Who does it is important. And we know that in South Africa, in a number of African countries, there has been this attention to gender in procurement. How do we ensure that a certain proportion of public procurement is reserved for female-owned businesses? So that, because if that is the active part of the economy, then women should be there. They've got the skills, they've got the numbers, and that is how you make impact. You know, so it's not just, yes, we will always sell the plantain and the cassava, but we also want to be there because again, it's adaptation. If we don't have the skills, we begin to develop those skills so that we can compete. But it's also about transparency, so that we know. Can we go on the website of the Public Procurement Agency now and find out, you know, who has won what contract, and then we can go to the beneficiary registry at the Registrar General's Department to find out which companies have been winning these contracts, you know. I think that it is all part of our democracy. So we can't separate how we build democracy from what is happening in our economies, etc. So thank you very much. But having summarized it, please, I know our snack is there and we want it. If you have any questions, clarifications, and I know the paper will be, this excellent paper will be ready. In fact, the minister and the deputy governor wanted me to express their regrets, and they are looking forward to reading the paper. So this paper will be shared. But if there are any issues that you want clarified, please raise your hand, and Professor Odro will respond to you now. Online too, they were having challenges. I hope they are back online. So if there are any questions, please check the chat box to find out if any questions have been raised, so that we can. Abna, maybe I can start with a question. You were talking about the social norms as the challenge to diversifying. We keep talking about social norms, and yet I don't see it. It's almost left to the individual level to deal with. I don't see it being really addressed, you know. What I mean is, we know that it is a constraint, but we kind of, I don't know how we think it will change overnight, because you do any analysis of programs, and you find that this constraint is there. We've been talking about it forever. And if anything, I would say that it is being intensified. I was at a church service, I was at a funeral service about a week ago, and I was so annoyed because the minister, this is a funeral service, and somebody comes to read their mother's tribute and how they raised him. So it becomes a time to attack females who cannot make nkatenkwai, and they are using blenders. I mean, I was horrified. You know, what has this got to do with the funeral? Were we born with granules in our hands or something? And why has it got to do with anything? So you find these kinds of things. So the message that women are hearing all the time is about enforced domesticity. So here you are, you're saying this CARES program, ironically, one of the reasons why the CARES program may not have the intended impact on women is that they are burdened by care. You see? So how do we get all these social actors to begin to reflect on it instead of intensifying it? And regrettably, when the minister was making those remarks, I saw some of the women around me nodding. And I was so annoyed, you know, like, do you judge your daughter or your whatever by her ability to cook in katenkwai or something? There must be more to women than whether we can cook or not. Some women like to cook. Amen. Some women don't like to cook. That's okay. We create businesses for those who cook, you know. So we have to be ready to advance, you know. Catering is such an important sector now. Huh? When I was growing up, any occasion, my mother spent all the time in the kitchen just cooking. By the end of the day, she didn't even eat some of the food. And it was miserable. Now, you want to do a function, you can get a caterer. You're creating a business for somebody. So I enjoy cooking. It's my business. I'm not going to judge somebody because they don't like to cook. And I think we should stop that. You know, these norms that, so woman, construction, because again, I look at it, construction is, and in fact, the statistics showed that construction boomed, right? I have a son who is in that industry, and he was telling me how, because he does the plumbing, and he knows the work that came to him. Where are the women in those booming sectors? You know? So you ask yourself, each time you see the boom place, ask, where are the women? Where are the women? That is what tells you that we are moving. But so I want us to think about these social norms, because it's as if it doesn't matter, but it really informs choices. I was talking about STEM before. You go and do a hardening, then you are going to harden and become like stone or metal or something. All these unnecessary comments really operate on the minds of people. So how are we tackling it? Because it's coming you wouldn't expect at a funeral service to be hearing about women and making granule soup and how they are spoiled because they use blenders. A blender is a tool. The same way you drive your car instead of walking. If somebody has a blender and they use it, what is the problem? You know? So I think that we must find effective ways of countering these things to really ensure that women, because again, this technology, so people have conditioned their mind that it is something scary. So digital, this digital, you hear digital and immediately you think they are talking about space. Huh? So how do we, if this is the new level, how do we get the women in there?
Thanks for that question. I'm not sure that I can answer it in entirety, so that if we have any members, invited guests who can also contribute, I think that would really help. It is a dialogue. But as you asked the question, I was scanning in my mind to try to think of any instances I could provide. And for what it is worth, the example that came to mind was the interstate succession law. And you find that in some instances, not widespread, in some instances you find that the existence of the law has influenced, I wouldn't say entirely, but has brought about a change in the allocation of the properties of somebody who has died interstate in some instances. So it means that one way in which social norms could change is with the introduction of laws that could nudge people. But don't just have the law. I think a weakness we sometimes have is the implementation and the enforcement of the law. So that the law could be one way in which we can bring about this change in social norms and practices. Now, in the particular study that I read that made this observation, they made the point that it was in the rural areas that this seemed to be a binding constraint. In the rural areas, that it was a binding constraint and not in the urban. So then this raises the question, if in the urban areas to a larger extent, one is able to, this particular norm doesn't seem to be a problem, then what is there about urbanization that could probably explain why there are different norms in a rural area compared to an urban area? Is it because there's more exposure to other ideas? Is it because there is more education? So this is what I would put on the floor, and I would welcome observations from the audience.
So now we have 57% urban. And still, I would say that many of these social constraints also operate in urban areas because there is still, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was a very good presentation, because women issue cut across board and has so many facets to it. And practically from my own experience, I've realized that as an African woman, privileged to have parents who were first-time educated people. So having to have children very early to drop out of school and to begin to do things that will enable me get out of the situation I find myself. And parents who are saying, oh, with your talent, what are you doing? Do you think this is how you go about it? And I realized watching my mother baking, sewing, doing so many things, and my father, the prestigious job of being a UAC manager, now Unilever. His take-home pay does not run to the end of the month. I often hear, oh, Catherine, give me this at the end of the month, we balance. Oh, give me that at the end of the month, we balance. I keep watching them. And as I was growing, I said, no, this balancing act will not work for me. If my mommy, with just staying home and doing this and that, always have money with her, and my father will collect this take-home pay with the envelope, and midway along the line, Catherine, give me this, we balance at the end of the month. And one good thing I saw my father did as I was growing up is as he comes home with the pay packet, he knows it's not going to take him to the end of even 2 weeks. He hand over next month. Very committed husband. And appreciated what my mother was doing. So they move on. Nobody heard about who was giving what, who was contributing us. Only the family knows what was going on. Me especially, because I was the first. I was watching. I was keen and interested in what was going on. So this activity of mine empowered me in my house. Before I was 21, I had 3 children. Combining children, marriage, education, my career, and everything, I was working all this together. I was so keen and very forceful, very eager, because it's empowering me. I want to make sure that I don't lose anything by stopping school and carrying this path. I self-educated myself. Meet up with the rest of my mates. I lost nothing. I had children who were growing up with me, a husband that appreciated, what I was doing. I wasn't shouting at the top of my voice about equality. I was particular about what was entering my pocket, which gave me immediate empowerment without shouting empowerment, equality for it. So economic empowerment, entrepreneurship plays key role in developing women. And there's nothing that can change that. I use this practical experience to develop programs. That's why I became founder and president of GAWE, That's why I become the African Federation Secretary General for Africa. That's why only entrepreneurship and is so key for economic empowerment. And we leverage it on every level so that the key to empowerment and key to that empowerment to move for the consistent policy of government to help this sector to grow, which you touched on. Most of the time, this policy starts because of coup in the 70s and 60s, did not go anywhere. It stopped. Another one comes, start afresh. Today, the policy is when the issue of exchange rates, the issue of implementing policy, issue of interpreting policies by government officials who should make government policies known, which they are just put in academic form and pushed into a drawer. It's not put in any usable form for the stakeholder to use. So this practical hands-on training, whether the woman is educated or not, can be trained to become herself economically empowered to have gender equality and gender equity. And that's where the protection of the girl child comes in. If a mother is vulnerable, he will allow the 10-year-old girl to get married to a 90-year-old man.
We are going to have a discussion later on. Right now, I want comments on this thing. Madam Sociologist, I'm coming to you on this social norm thing because it keeps rearing its head. And so in addition to legislation, how do you propose that we tackle it?
I think that we need to be doing a lot more in terms of what we do in our... I think we need to do a lot more in terms of what we do in our school system. And also be mindful as parents and as adults in the language that we use with our kids and the kinds of messaging they get from that. So, for example, when somebody says to you, right? This language of handing over our daughters who are pretty to whichever men we see, and the adults say it all the time, and we find it appropriate. But that's a subtle message that suggests to you that if you're a girl, what you are good for is to be somebody's husband, and that you won't have much choice in that because this adult is talking about how they are going to hand you over. So we need to be mindful of those kinds of comments that we pass all the time. Be mindful of the kinds of songs you are encouraging your children to listen to and what messages they get from those songs. Be mindful of the school assignments that are set up in print. There's a class 3 assignment about who pays school fees. And there's a rigid answer. If you let your child write her mother, she will be wrong. Meanwhile, she's seen that it's her mother who's paying the fees. And we have to ask why that is a question that children should be answering in the first place. And what that teaches us. What kinds of pictures are in the school textbooks that your children are using? How many of the doctors are male? How many of them are female? And use all of those as opportunities to push back against what we allow our children to take up and eat up as norms. Pay attention to the advertising on television and on radio, and use that as opportunities to get your children to think about the ways in which those are unacceptable. Legislation will solve the problem, but it's not the only way to address the problem. A lot of it starts from what we do at home, and we should be mindful of that. Thanks.
So, Abner, thank you very much. I don't know whether you want to make any concluding comment. No? So, let's all give ourselves a round of applause. And it's 11:15. We will take a break for 20 minutes and come back and have our panel discussion where we will have our say. After the panel discussion, we'll really open up into a plenary for us to discuss. And we also have to discuss in terms of what we know now. We are looking at the COVID-19 situation. And I like what Abena and I think the second deputy governor said. It exacerbated existing structural inequalities. We are not saying that COVID-19 created a new situation. Yes, it did. But what it did was that there were undercurrents that were already there, and it really allowed, it's almost like opening up the bridge, for the water to really come in. So we have these structural issues that have not been addressed, and then we had this intervening situation, which has abated for now, but we don't know what will come again. And we also have this digital economy, digitization. It's like it's being waved at us. And we found out, somebody thought, oh, I'll go online, and they say, come and pay dollars. So it's there. If you are plugged in, you can go very deep. But what about the millions who don't have any entry? How are we going to ensure that it endures to the benefit of the greater good? The women, the youth, the differently abled, and all those other people in our society, including those who may not be literate. How are they going to also get into this digital economy and benefit from it? So I hope that our panel discussion will address some of these issues, and at the end we will have some very concrete recommendations, or begin, because this is not today that we will solve all the problems, but begin to outline some of the areas for intervention and by who. And we know that government policy matters a lot, even as we are also trying to do what we can. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Ojo. And let's begin. We'll be back by 11:30.
I know it was. Yeah, yeah. But thank you very much. Oh. Oh, okay. This is from here. Okay, you now have packaged. Okay. Thank you. What do I do? I didn't get it. Okay. Okay.
Welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your snack. So we've heard a lot about, we've heard a lot about the digital economy. We've heard a lot about the digital economy and the need for financial inclusion for women. Sounds very exciting, and we want to understand it more. So, to help us is the Assistant Director, Payment Systems Department at the Bank of Ghana. And the second Deputy Governor alluded to the fact that she's a very passionate person about when it comes to financial inclusion for women. So I think that we could have no better person than Mrs. Clarissa Kudowo to present on promoting an inclusive digital economy, prospects and challenges for women's financial inclusion. We hear a lot about the digitization. We don't hear enough about the women part. So, Clarissa, we are all ears. Please, you are welcome. And here's another mic.
They should control it from there. I wouldn't want to have my thank you, madam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to us all. Before I start my presentation, I'll ask this simple question. Who amongst us? Who amongst us took an action in the very early days of fear and panic of COVID-19 against a fellow woman that today, on hindsight, thinks that she's not too proud of? Maybe if I share my experience, you understand where I'm coming from. My parents were old. My father at the time was 90, I think 2 or so, or 91. My mother is 6 years younger, and they lived with a younger sister of ours. And so when the lockdown restrictions were announced, the older siblings, including myself, we said that the lady who comes there to do the laundry twice a week should be stopped from coming immediately. And we didn't, in fact, personally, I didn't think much of it until several months down the line, Joy FM was doing a certain program on how some people had been affected by the COVID. And then I hear this woman who lived in Nima or Mamobi, thereabout, who was lamenting that this was a kind of job she did, going from house to house, and that's how come she was earning her living. In fact, I got so emotional I cried because what I had done had robbed somebody of her daily meal. And that's what I was asking you. Maybe you didn't know you did that, but you did that. And robbed somebody of the daily meal. We all were afraid, we panicked. And so we took certain actions that, on hindsight, maybe we would have done it better. Because what stopped us from saying, you know what, nobody should come out. Just put the dirty stuff out there, the bowls, the pegs, whatever she needed. Sanitizer is there. When she finishes, she dries the things and she goes away without interacting with our parents. We could have done that. But we said, don't come to the house anymore. We don't need your services. We immediately bought a laundry washing machine. We took somebody's food from her table. And my house wasn't the only house. She lamented that several homes had stopped her from that business because they felt they were not safe with people coming in and going out. COVID-19. Thank you. Please, the next slide. In fact, my work has been made so easy because most of the things I'm coming to talk about has all been said in one way or the other by the earlier speakers. This is the outline. Digital inclusive economy. I'll talk about Ghana's initiatives of promoting inclusive digital economy. Then the gender gap. I'll share some speeches by others. And then the financial inclusion and COVID-19 impact on women. Prospects for women's financial inclusion, then overcoming these barriers. Next slide, please. COVID-19 provided an opportunity for digital transformation. How many of us didn't immediately get digital when COVID-19 happened? How many of us didn't? Or we remained where we are? We still did things the old way. Some of us were forced to go digital because we had no choice. One thing we realized, I'm talking from the banking side, immediately a lot of the banks started sending applications for products and services, particularly remittances. Formerly, remittances, you go to the branch to pick it over the counter. But now, products were such that it could be terminated in the mobile money wallet or it goes straight into your account. We're forced to go digital. There are long queues in the branches. And as we know, the woman doesn't have the time to go and sit in the bank branch and wait forever for her money. So COVID-19 forced us to go digital. And then the gender norms became more prominent. I think we've heard that spoken here loudly enough. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, the vice president's rep gave us the definition, which I've also put here. It's the same thing he said, so I'm not going to go by it. Next slide, please. So what has government done at promoting an inclusive digital economy? We have our rep from Ministry of Finance here, so I'm not going to take a job from her. We have the National Financial Inclusion Development Strategy that was launched the year we went into lockdown, together with the Digital Financial Service Policy and the Cash Light Roadmap. These are all geared towards having a digital economy. We also have data from the World Bank on the Ghana's digital economy as to the share of it in terms of our GDP. Next slide, please. If I'm going too fast, you stop me. Regarding the National Financial Inclusion Development Strategy, the main objectives are 3. That is highlighted there. One objective was to increase financial inclusion from 58% to 85% by December 2023, and the same for women by December 2023, from 58% to 85%. Next slide, please. And this was done under 5 reinforcing pillars. The first was financial stability, meaning that for financial inclusion to be sustainable, we needed to have a sound and safe financial system. I believe we are all aware of the cleanup that has happened, and if you're a financial service consumer, if you don't feel safe in sending your money to the bank, there's no way you become financially included. And so there was a need to ensure that the financial system was stable to drive financial inclusion, and then access, quality, and usage of financial services. Just the service being there is not enough. It has to be used, to be affordable. And then the financial infrastructure that will guarantee the provision of a service has to be there for the service to be laid on. Financial consumer protection. Has anyone had the unfortunate pleasure of having to deal with a bank because of a dissatisfied service? You are all okay with the services being provided by the banks, but one of the things under the strategy, I heard a no. I heard a loud no. No. any particular reason, did you lodge a complaint at the bank at all? And you are still not satisfied? Or one of the pillars under the National Financial Inclusion Strategy is to ensure that consumers of financial services are adequately protected. We also have a financial stability department in Bank of Ghana that also deals with consumer complaints in the delivery of financial services. And the final pillar was capabilities. I think Prof mentioned it earlier. Come again. Financial capability, the last one, capability, where the consumer should be capable of using the services provided by these providers. The next slide. The DFS policy, Digital Financial Service Policy. The policy is a complement of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. It covers a 4-year period, and it is designed to serve as a blueprint on how Ghana will leverage on DFS, that's Digital Financial Services, to achieve our financial inclusion goals. It has 6 thematic areas which have been allowed here: governance, enabling regulation, capacity building, the infrastructure for providing the service, then digital use cases, finally supporting the fintech. Regarding supporting fintech, as you are aware, Bank of Ghana has set up a fintech office because we want to focus on that space so that we can drive it better. Formerly, it was part of the payment systems department, but now it's been separated so that it get the needed attention. All these 6 pillars are collectively expected to create a resilient, robust, and inclusive digital ecosystem that will contribute to social development, a robust economy, and a thriving private sector. The last initiative is a Cashlight roadmap. When they say Cashlight, first we used to say cashless, but I don't think there's any economy that is cashless. I mean, no cash. So now we had to temper it down and say Cashlight, less cash. The Cashlight roadmap outlines concrete steps. Please, the next slide. Thank you. Concrete steps to build an inclusive digital payments ecosystem. This focuses primarily on the payments infrastructure. This includes better access to financial services, once again, an enabling regulation, oversight, and promotion of consumer protection. And it has 3 phases as outlined here. Expand the road to digital payments, drive the payments in an accelerated form, and then sustain the pace of digitization. Next slide. These are some of the interventions that we have to date. The one who spoke, the minister, gave us some of the things you could do on the Ghana.gov. Bank of Ghana also launched the GHR code. We have a mobile money interoperability, which facilitates transactions across networks. When I say networks, I mean across the mobile money network. So you can do transactions irrespective of whether you are an account holder or, for instance, MTN to Airtel Tigo or MTN to Vodafone Cash. Then we have a regulatory sandbox. The essence of the sandbox is that for digital financial services that may not be adequately covered under the existing payment systems and Services Act 2019, they can go into this regulatory sandbox, be tested, and then as we pilot them, we develop and craft the needed regulations and guidelines. Then we have the ECD, which is a central bank digital currency. I believe you've seen the notices that Bank of Ghana has issued regarding ECD. Next slide, please. This is something I picked from the Fordham Law Review. It was a publication that was done in 1995. And it was written by Ruth Bader, the lawyer. Yes, and then Laura Brill. And they talked about lawyers in the 20th century. If you don't mind, I'll read it to you, or you can read, so I don't bother. Okay. Her boss, the head prosecutor, remarked on her ability to do a man's job. At 50, she became the first woman in the nation appointed to a federal appeals court. A Circuit Court judge was so distressed, he reportedly took to his sick bed for 2 days following her appointment. I mean, sometimes when we are given some things, it makes some people sick. They just can't take it. That is what it is. Then Allen, a realist, accurately predicted that a Supreme Court appointment for her will never happen to a woman while I'm living. That was at the point when she was being considered for that position, and she was like, it won't happen whilst I'm living. President Truman was discouraged by negative reaction of the Chief Justice and Associate Justices he consulted concerning that appointment above there. The justices feared that a woman's presence would inhibit their conference deliberations, where with shirt collars open and shoes off, they decided the legal issues of the day. Frivolous, isn't it? And they didn't think the woman should be in that space. Mrs. Matthews would be a good judge, but there's just one thing wrong. She's a woman. Yeah, please, next slide. And this is very current. Very, very current. I picked it from CNN. Women's soccer settlement is a landmark win for fairness. Female athletes continue to face opponents on the field and off, constantly told they aren't good enough or strong enough, are dull to watch, celebrate too much when they win, and cry too much when they lose. But a $24 million settlement between the U.S. Women's National Team and the U.S. Soccer Federation, announced in a court filing Tuesday, is a reminder that the bottom line continues to be clear. Empower women's sports to get results, but don't wait for results to invest in women's sports. Basically, this is what we've been saying all this while. Empowerment. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, some data on financial inclusion gender gap, comparing Ghana to the sub-Saharan African space. So we have our population, we have mobile phone ownership, and then mobile internet usage. I believe you can see the figures for yourselves. What does it tell you? Women are 4% less likely to own a phone than men. Women are less likely to own a small business in Ghana. A woman in top management, 14.9% compared to 85.1% in top management. I was at a meeting in the Bahamas, and there was a panel discussion, and it was just like what happened here. There was only one gentleman, and then 4 ladies. And at the time, I was chairing the meeting, so during the break, I told the governor that, oh, this is impressive. You don't often see things like that. And said, oh, yes, they're doing what they really encourage their women to get to the top, blah, blah, blah. But then I noticed one lady there giving me the eye. So I was wondering what she was trying to say. Later, she comes to see me, and she's like, this has to do with financial inclusion. The meeting I went to had to do with financial inclusion. And then she gave me the history that during Bob Marley's days, all the men wanted to be a Bob Marley. And so they dropped out of school. Everybody wanted to sing, whereas the women continued. And so you find that a lot of the women pursued their education degrees and went beyond that. But in the workspace, it seemed to be that there's a ceiling for the women. They get to a certain grade. Beyond that is all men's club. And so what I'm seeing is because it's at a particular level, but should they go beyond it, it will be an all-men's club. And, well, I sat with the governor and the deputy governor. They were both males, so I don't know. Yeah, so let's go to the next slide. More data on the financial inclusion gender gap. I think the deputy governor mentioned the 9% gender gap, and then Ghana's own being 8%, which means that a lot more men have access to formal financial services than women. And who was it? I think you talked about women, and when something was good, women was good for something. I've forgotten what it is, but it's similar to what I've written here, which says women are good for economic growth, and economic growth is good for women. I think you said something similar, yeah. It's a quotation I picked. Now let's look at gender-based constraints to participation in the financial system. The next slide, please. Most of these things have already been said, and so I'm not going to read all. I think Professor Abna also mentioned the bit about care that demands a lot, and COVID made it even more pronounced for women who are to homeschool and take care of their homes. Next slide, please. The sex disaggregated data is also showing up here, and so it affects the design of financial service products that are peculiar to women. On the International Women's Day, the UNCDF had an event at Labadi Beach, and I moderated a session where we had providers as well as the regulator from SEC joining us. And one of the things she told us was that it seems as if most women are not aware of funding options available on the market, because all those who are there are mainly male-dominated or male-owned businesses. So the women don't even go there to look for funding options. And then there's this one that talks about women fear being in debt. They'd rather borrow from informal sources or even save with informal channels. We don't know why that it is, but it is a finding that has been made. Now let's see what COVID also did when it came to financial services. Next slide, please. Lockdown and its attendant restrictions. I'll talk about 2 and maybe 3, though it's been discussed earlier on. Slow trading in non-perishable and non-food goods. I had to do some special assignment for the deputy governor, and that involved interviewing a couple of market women after the lockdown had been removed. And I just called them. Apparently, one sold onions. The other sold shoes and bags. Nobody was going anywhere. No church activity. So you're not dressing up. You're not buying shoes. You're not buying bags. You know we love shoes and bags. And so she said, the one who sold the shoes and bags, she realized that if she continued that trade, there would be no food on the table. So what she did, after her capital was beginning to roll, she fell on her friend who sold tomatoes to give her some on credit to sell, to the point that she could now pay off the tomatoes. But then, I think it was said earlier, savings, they eat into their savings. That also gets eroded. I think Prof. Abner said the main source of income, they draw down their main source of income because they need to meet the household budget. Next slide, please. I think these have all been shared already. The fact that employment rates dropped significantly, people lost their jobs, that has also been shared. Next slide. What are the prospects for a woman who is financially included? Economic empowerment. Our senior citizen here has told us that after seeing what her father was asking for, the support, she told herself that she wasn't going to do that in her life. And so we all know that once you are financially included, you become empowered and in control of what funds come into your hand. And then it improves your bargaining power in negotiating. I remember talking to these women I interviewed. One said, I think she was going for goods on credit, that if she had cash, she had money, she would negotiate better. But because she didn't have money, she had to accept the terms that she was being given. And that was because her primary business had collapsed because of COVID, and she had gone into something else which was moving faster. And I think the DG also mentioned the fact that when you are digitized or you get onto the digital highway, you get access to markets and opportunities through social media platforms. Of course, it comes at a cost. We've been made aware. It's not for free, but you get access to more markets. All of a sudden, all the entrepreneur needs is internet. She doesn't need to go rent a place. She can have her goods in her car or her garage. She's available globally. And then e-commerce can also reduce barriers to entry for female entrepreneurs. Was it 2014, thereabout? I had the opportunity to interview a mobile money agent, a female mobile money agent, at an Airtel, at the time was Tigo. They hadn't come together. And I asked her how business was going, how initially she didn't want to do that business, but after getting in, she realized that it wasn't bad. Initially, though she thought the commissions were nothing to write home about, but the moment she expanded, she sold out of her plasticware business and went straight into mobile money business. Her greatest challenge, she told me, was she wanted to expand, have a lot more outlets in Accra. Her greatest challenge was, what do you call that thing? AMA, getting permits and also getting locations to be able to provide that service. I don't know whether it has to do with gender, but that, she said, was her greatest challenge. Next slide, please. Yes, significant reduction in operational costs. You are not paying goodwill. Everything is in your car or it's in your garage. Now have safer modes of storing cash. You know, our women traders go into the hinterland to buy their goods. They are subjected to all kinds of things, highway robbery. But with digitization or your digital payment modes, you can store everything on your mobile money wallet and go. When you get there, you can do your transactions. And then with digital, or being on the digital platform, service providers have access to information on you digitally. Everything is there. Your transaction history, volumes and values on the way you do business on the digital platform is available. And so when you need a facility, you don't need to do much talking. Everything is available there. At the International Women's Day event that UNCDF did with the Bank of Ghana, which I said I moderated, there was a service provider, savings and loan service provider, who said that when it comes to digital credit, or digi-loan, as some people call it, the women shouldn't be worried with collateral because everything is provided for on the platform. And so they don't need any collateralized lending. And so they should be looking at taking out that for women. We should consider digital credit as a way to go when it comes to women's access to credit, because information is there for them to mind. And so if they want to give you, they'll give you. They can even send messages. You know, sometimes you get messages saying that you qualify for this credit because they have your history. So based on that, they can tell that you can take so much because you have so much. So it enhances your access to credit. Please, the next slide. This is a bit faint, but all it talks about is mobile phone ownership, because there's a perception, or it's been agreed, that mobile phone is way to go in driving digital financial inclusion. So when we have a lot more women owning phones and having internet, they'll be able to be digitally included. Next slide. This is a quote from the World Economic Forum, and I'll read. Our shared digital future, building an inclusive and sustainable digital society, finds that mobile money can help rescue millions of people from financial exclusion. So it's just emphasizing what I said earlier. Then Better Than Cash also says, for many with no bank accounts, mobile money accounts can be a way to bring more women into the global economy through digital financial services. And then the last being, mobile money can be a gateway to huge and yet untapped markets. DFS has the potential to reach over 1.6 billion retail customers, half of them women, in emerging economies, and to increase loans to individuals and businesses by around $2.1 trillion US. So why are the women not accessing these financial services? Why are they financially excluded? Let's go to the next slide. One of the components under the National Financial Inclusion Development Strategy is to formalize savings groups. I believe we're all familiar with the savings group concept, or what some call it VSLA, Village Savings and Loans Associations. These are groupings of mainly women. You find a few men in there, but dominated mainly by women who mobilize and save on a daily basis. And then they share and then borrow amongst themselves. And it's one of the components under the strategy to digitize the operations. Some banks have gone in there and they realize that most of these women don't have phones. And so what they've tried to do is to give the group a phone for free. However, if individual members are interested in owning a phone, there's an arrangement where you could be assisted to purchase over a time of period. You pay for it. Once the woman gets the phone, at least she's coming on board to be digitally included. And so we are saying decrease the digital divide. One is she should have a phone, she should own it, and then internet access. With DFS, Digital Financial Services, you could either use the internet or the USSD channel, which is the simple text messages. Banks are providing services on the USSD channel. You can go in there, check your account, you put in money, you get an alert. And then we need reliable connectivity. And then, as I said earlier on too, we need power. These phones ride on power. Let me share an experience I had a couple of years ago. I was in Mokola, we had a funeral, we were buying funeral cloth. And I was asked to buy, since I was in town. So I took just enough for, I think, 4 of us. When I got there, I got a few calls from others who wanted more of the cloth. So I didn't have enough cash. I asked the woman if she would take Momo. She said yes. And I was pulling from my bank account into the woman's wallet. Come and see internet. He said, "Na lie, you won't do this transaction." So immediately I called my bankers that I'm having a problem with my transfer. But what is wrong with it? Is there a problem, a technical issue from their end? Said they'll check and get back to me. They got back to me. You didn't believe the advice they gave me. I should use Wi-Fi. And I asked, whose Wi-Fi in Mokola should I use? No, that technology has to be appropriate. That's what I'm trying to say. Whose Wi-Fi? Who do I go and stand for? Madam, can you give me the password for your Wi-Fi? So this inhibits usage. And this is me who knows the financial system. So I could call a bank and ask, what is the problem? But assuming you don't know. And it's an emergent, what do you call it? Payment you need to do, a life-saving payment you need to do. At the end of the day, I couldn't do it. I had to come back to the office. Then developing or designing the DFS that to solve problems for women. And when we are talking about solve problems, you should understand the totality of a woman. You should look at her life cycle as well. Just designing a product and putting it there doesn't mean the woman will use it. It has to suit her. It has to suit her needs. And within our life cycle, we go through different phases. Gradually, the banks are getting it. Gradually they are getting it. With some of the products that are coming, I know some banks have gender desk in their institutions and developing products. And at that same event, the one thing a bank mentioned that they had was where they give facilities for fertility treatment. Yes, I was highly impressed. So I asked, how many times can a woman take it? Because these things are very expensive. And what was the guarantee or collateral that was provided? And she said, you get the opportunity to try 3 times. After that, you're on your own. And the guarantee was, it has to be a family member, somebody who knows you. Because I was thinking she was going to say the child, the stock that they're expecting, but she said that it has to be cash. Yeah. In terms of the woman, when you're developing a product for the woman, it has to be a total package. Because when we go out, we think of the totality of the whole household. We just don't, I don't know, it's in our DNA, we just don't pick. We just think of the totality of the household. That's how we operate. And there was this woman who we interviewed her at a workshop, an elderly woman. She owns an MSME. That thing I always get it wrong, so I have to take my time. And she was using the services of a financial service provider. We're asking the benefits and then the challenges of the women who are using the service. She said she was happy she has access to finance. Why? Her business is doing better. She can afford to buy all her husband's medication for him. Eva, why have you done that? Is that something you want to say? Then there was this other lady, younger lady, who attempted, first time she attempted to walk into a bank and open an account. She was asked by the security man whether she had the permission of her husband to open the account. You know, we are lucky here. Nobody stops us here from opening an account. But in some countries, if you are single, in fact, if you're a woman, just the fact that being a woman, you can't walk into a bank and open an account. You need a written consent of your spouse before you can open the account. Continuous financial literacy campaigns for financial capability and autonomy to use DFS. I recently did a Women's World Bank and Alliance for Financial Inclusion leadership program. And for our policy initiative, we looked at the topic was promoting healthy payment habits using DFS. We looked at, we targeted a bank's branded station because they had made so much noise about the Ghana or the QR code that these women were using digital financial services. And it was a QR code. And these were food vendors, so went there to interview them. The impression, in fact, the very first person was a woman who sells roasted plantain. And she had the QR code stand on her grill. From our interactions with her, it's as if the bank was there only once. And so she didn't know much about the product. And because she doesn't have to use it, it's the consumer who comes there to use it. And so she couldn't be bothered. And if a bank does that, you don't expect uptake in your DFS service. It won't happen overnight. You have to keep, and then also you should be mindful of your target market. Now, we thought that with COVID, these women would have all vaccinated. That's the premise with which we went. Because most women or traders were not taking cash. When that perception went out that the notes were also spreading the COVID. And so I had a few instances where I went and the woman would give me, what do you call that? We actually assume that I should put my money in, then she gives me change from somewhere else. So we went on that premise thinking that with COVID, they'll all be fully vaccinated and they'll all go digital. But it wasn't so, unfortunately. And the strange thing was that space of about 26 food vendors, vaccination, those who had vaccinated, I think was less than 10%. Over 90% hadn't vaccinated. And of course, I understood them. Once again, it comes to designing products for women. The vaccination stands, by the time they are open, these women are in the markets trading. By the time they get home, they are closed. So there's no way they could have been vaccinated. So we had this engagement with the bank. Why don't you have a vaccination stand in there as a way of promoting the vaccination and also your products at the same time? They said they'll look at that. They'll look into it. So it's all about knowing and understanding the woman thoroughly. And then incentive packages to attract the uptake of these DFS should be realistic. The women, the food vendors, when we engaged them, apparently the bank had promised them some incentives based on the thresholds they make into their accounts. And they're not making those thresholds. And so they're not benefiting. And so they're not incentivized enough to even use the channels that had been provided. And so these incentives should be realistic. And once again, you need to know your customer. These are people, let's say roasted plantain. In the evening when she counts her notes, she's going back into Okanshi to buy plantain. And so she can't keep anything in her wallet or her account. She's going to cash out. Next slide. What's new here that I can talk about? DFS has to be affordable. Okay, digitization of for the woman-owned MSME should be along the entire value chain. If my supplier doesn't take digital payments, then what's the point in starting the process? Or if I can't pay my child's school fees through digital means, what's the point? Or pay for other services through digital channels, what's the point in starting the process? At Bank of Ghana, we have started collecting and analyzing such disaggregated data for the right policy interventions. And if you heard the Deputy Governor right, she did indicate or state that the interventions that were made during the COVID were not gender sensitive. And as best as we had the best of intentions, the gender lens wasn't applied to the interventions. And I remember the news item where the Kayes, out of fear and panic, were all rushing back home. But if that had been factored in, because these are all ladies, I'm sure they wouldn't have gone off like that. On that note, the rest that's my last slide. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. You can please sit down behind. So let's give Madam Clarissa a round of applause for sharing her vast experience with us and also the research that she does. I think it's very inspiring to know that you don't just sit in the money house, but you go around and talk. Where is a lady from Mokola? I saw her during the break. I think she has stepped out. Okay. There's somebody from the Traders Association here. Where is she? She stepped out. I was talking with her during the break. But, so she's raised a number of points, many points, some of which reinforce the issues that we've been discussing this morning. And I think we all got an education. I don't think that before this forum, if you had asked me what NFITS stood for, I would know. The National Financial Inclusion Strategy. How many of you had heard of NFITS before this morning? Abna, hadn't you? You see? So I think the problem with the central bank is that because it's the bank's bank, many of us don't come into contact with it much. And so that is an issue to take up. I'm not suggesting that you
Actually, Yvette's outfit. We were just part of the committee, Bank of Ghana.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that structurally, we don't come and do business at the Bank of Ghana. So a lot of your work is with the banks. So my question was how some of what you were doing, how it was impacting on the banks so that we would feel it in our own interactions with them. So people deal with the banks more than central bank. So they should have the disaggregated data, for instance. Do you see the commercial banks?
Ideally, if they really are interested in driving that space. But for us, because of policy intervention and commitments we've made on a larger platform.
Sure. You are the regulator, yes. So you must do that. But it would also help because they should be able to tell us a lot more from their own records, whether it's from pay slips or loan applications, etc. But there are so many issues, and we've also seen that you also offered us some practical suggestions as to how to overcome those barriers and move forward. Because this is the future. This is the shape of the future. This is the future that we are going. So whether we'll be dragged or we'll go there voluntarily, Otherwise, we'll be left further behind. I must say one thing that shocked me was the gender gap in financial inclusion. I thought it looked narrower than I expected it to be. Doesn't it? Now you are talking. You see, it says it's the formal system. So because the way it was presented, it looked like an aggregate figure. So we're talking about the formal system, the 9%, the 8% gap. We are talking about the formal system, which formal system is what proportion of the economy? Abna, what proportion of the economy is the formal system? Country-wise, nationwide, because I was thinking of the work that you have done on the gender assets gap. So I was expecting a larger gap, but now I've been educated. So second time today, fits, and then this is only about the formal sector. And I think when it is said, it needs to be explained because it's almost counterintuitive. It's like, are we in the same country? But now we are only talking about the formal sector, not the whole country. Yes. So please, do you have any questions for Madam Clarissa? She raised a lot of issues, and we are having to get please sit down here. We are having to wrap our heads around it. And as I've said, many of the initiatives that she was talking about are coming from the central bank. So our knowledge of it is less than it might be. But she raised a lot of issues. And I see that, Vic, were you here for the presentation? So tell us, where in Mokola is there Wi-Fi? No, because these days when we go shopping, we don't put money in our wallet. So if we really want to do business, so clearly this is a gap. There has to be a central point, isn't it? Like you experienced. So this is a big space for financial inclusion. Imagine all the things that don't get bought in Mokola, because it's not that you don't have money, but you can't have access to your money. Which also means that the person in Mokola, at the end of the day, when they have made their sales, they also don't even have access to transfer that money. So they must carry it on them, and this is an opportunity for them to be robbed. Please, there's somebody behind.
We underestimate these Mokola women. Most of them from Malata to Agbogloshi to where you can buy anything and pay by Momo. So I got a place where they are selling things. I can buy most of the things you are selling. And I pay by Momo. They have their Momo account.
But she has given you an example where she was ready. And the bank says, look for Wi-Fi.
That was a long time ago.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm saying that it's not that what you are saying is not valid. Mm-hmm. Both can be valid. What we are saying is that we can even increase it more if there were those points, you see. So because somebody is ready to buy, they are having a problem.
Yeah. Exactly. The availability of the technology is one, and the general use of it.
They will use it.
Yeah.
It's also a question of confidence, because the experience she had, I had a very similar one. We were also organizing a funeral. I was at home. Somebody was in Makola in a shop. This is not a small shop, a rather large shop. And I said, okay, fine. How much is it? Can I send Momo? She said, no. The shop said they are not accepting Momo. What we can do is go and look for a mobile money spot. And so therefore, I had to send money to the person. The system was down. For more than an hour, the mobile money system was down. And so there's both a question of confidence in, because they said people were scamming them via mobile money. So the shops were not accepting to do mobile money transactions. And so therefore, there was something about that. But there was also something, because when I heard about the GC QR code or something, I was very excited. I watch a lot of programs where you see people in China go do this and then. So I went to my bank and I said, oh, I understand there's a QR code system. The bank said we don't know anything about it. Oh, sorry. The bank said we don't know anything about it, so we're not offering this. This was at the height of COVID, because I was very excited. Yes. As at now, the bank isn't even trying to offer that facility, because you're always, even when it came to scan and pay, we heard about scan and pay, so I said, oh, please, let me change my debit card into a scan and pay. They said, oh, your card isn't ready to expire. If you're going to do it, we're going to charge you. And so then you're like, why? And this is something that is being promoted, but they're not really offering that. And then I had a question about, in the current discussion around the e-levy, I just saw something about the bill. I know you don't want to address it. Okay, but it's also speaking about the confidence about using, digital platforms. Because if I'm going to be using that, but I'm going to be charged, then the likelihood that I'm going to be using my digital platform to do multiple payments, even for me, is likely to fall.
Yes. I think it's extremely important that we I was in a salon last Friday, and the lady was doing my hair, was asking me about e-levy. And I told them that if you have to send 200 Ghana cedis to your mom in Kufuridra, you only pay 1 cedi 75 pesos. And then she exclaimed, oh, Auntie, in the Ebetia. Because if I have to send the money to the driver at the station to send to my mom has to come to the wayside and pick the money. If she misses the driver, it means the driver will take the money and come back. If the driver calls me and asks me, should I give the money to someone else? And she's done that a few times. My mother might get the money maybe 3 weeks later, or not at all. So what we are focusing on is the convenience that digital transactions provide for you. And if you look at the amount and the percentage, really, it beats anyone's imagination why we are making such a fuss. Because really, I'm here and I'm ordering something from Hacho. If I have to drive to Hacho to pick it up and pay for it, it takes forever. And we all know the time, the security, and the safety of our transactions. I don't think that you want to compare that to the 1.5% that you have to pay. So I think on the e-levy question, if you want a debate, we can have a debate on e-levy all day.
Please. I think some of these issues are bringing up issues of coordination, public education, really consultation, and a whole lot of things. And I think that nobody is underestimating the capabilities of market women, the fact that people take Momo. But we are saying that if the infrastructure was in place, the benefits would be even more enhanced. Here you are, you go to the market and they say Wi-Fi. Where is there a public Wi-Fi system? You see, and Clarissa, as you were talking, what I was thinking about was the private sector, the role of the private sector also when it comes to issues of gender. Because this is part, we're talking about value chain analysis. How do we ensure that it is government, private sector, municipal authorities, agencies, civil society organizations coalitions, because in a way, unless, yes, you can have some organizations, like you were saying, which are willing to give loans for fertility treatment, etc. And clearly there must have been some advocacy from within. But largely, we don't target the private sector as a participant in some of this. Because some of this infrastructure can be extended even by the banks. Why should the banks not partner with the telcos to say that when you are in central Accra, this is a Wi-Fi or a wired area? That will boost confidence, because you know that you can go and shop and you will not be out of money. So in a way, everybody benefits. You, the consumer, benefits. The seller also benefits. And you end up buying a range of products that you haven't gotten into. As for the electronic transaction tax and the matters arising, I think that all of us are going to have to decide, because in Ghana today, I don't know how much cash you can carry on you for any transaction that you want to make, and who should bear what proportion. But also, from what you are saying, there hasn't been enough education. So your hairdresser is saying, oh, is it only 1 CD, 50 pesos? Then maybe when I compare this. But I think what Pauline is talking about is also the anxiety about the multiplicity of taxes. Like, I take the money, I pay here, then I take it here, and I send it, and they are taxing it. So those are all issues that need to be harmonized, so consumers really understand. I think that even that listing of what, because you're asking yourself, so when you go to the doctor's office and they give you your receipt and you make a transfer, are you paying tax on it? Now it's been clarified. Before, it hadn't been clarified. So I think that there has not been enough education, and people just didn't understand the different points of taxation. So I've just received my salary, it's been taxed, then I send it here, then I must pay this, and all of those kinds of things. So all of those are issues that need to be ironed out, But I think that a lot of points have come in about the inclusion, Some of them may be easier to address than others. Some of it may be what the central banks do with the commercial banks, and then the commercial banks in turn do with us. Some of it is about our own interactions with traders, and then traders associations, and also the needs that people have. You were talking about how things have to be tailored to the needs of different people. So a whole number of issues are coming out, and this is also the gap between policy, intention, and reality. So we had a whole lot of initiatives, the pillars, etc. And for many of us, this is the first time that we are hearing it. You may read about it in the newspaper, but somehow it looks a bit distant to you. How does it really affect you? And if you are somebody who is a producer, you want to make your shitter or something and go and sell it. And unless you are trying to do e-commerce, you think that this doesn't affect you. So I think the financial inclusion talk also has to explain to people that this is where the future is moving to. And in a way, those who are already plugged in could survive better than those who could not. And since we are not going back, even though now COVID, restrictions are over, many people are still working from home several days a week, So all of these things affect the ways in which we interact. And then the trader is sitting in the market. They know that, Bank of Ghana people, they'll close at a certain time and they'll come to the market. Meanwhile, you're only going to the office 2 or 3 times a week. So it's affecting you. How do you make that interface for things to happen? So Gifty, I don't know if you want to tell us anything about from the base. And you can use any language you want, and it can be...
Emi say, okay, baby about markets. Yeah, market women no momo ni asem. Enye obia no to me ye momo no. Phone obi wo ho de receive. Dabi asa onim senya ye mobile money ye be transfer o ye no say onim ye. Nti bebre cash. Secondary, ye lebi asem aye kan. Bebre ejuma no aye ye no. Ewo ekrase ebi no mo ekrase. Na mo de niam na braye. Na san mobile money nti o ntu kwan bio. O calculate wo sika na wo de asen no. No turn niam na nyina na o de abra wo ti akra ha. But ni ekoba yi lebi no increase. Aye kase dodo. Aye kase ma ye market woman bebre yes wo say menji di say betumi aye. Say I mess any sky across it me because me send it qua mutia or no so be your betia a coy baby. Now, never refi say ni boy dino, your best idea two near Manaswa, yen so ye tower outside the hono. And to say, Cotton Nana Scanocco, you can say no, some tomatoes, I increase tomatoes in the born. Miss me toi, may increase in send a man yammy faso. And see, I said, you offer a whole no second one, other can near 100. Say, 11 party, wait the address to do. Yet, the mobile money transfer, no, but ye let me wait a call draw soon, dear, there be yen to me, a door to do.
Go into our discussion soon. But Eva, if you want to comment, Clarissa, and 11 Enyamayo, Yenyan started charge you. Yenyan started and also in the before it starts, clearly some work needs to be done. Yenyan started, so the fears are already there.
Eva is here to talk about e-levy. I believe she'll throw more light on that since it's a government initiative. Regarding the YAM phone, yes, the banks are aware that there are these types of devices, and so they design the products accordingly. The only issue is with awareness. Awareness is where we are lacking. For instance, the space that we said we did we used for our policy initiative, where the bank had made so much noise that the food vendors were using QR code. There was this red seller who was next to a mobile money agent. She refused taking digital payments. She would tell you to go to the agent and do cash out before she serve you. She wouldn't take any digital payments. So it's the awareness that we need to keep doing it. The bank shouldn't just go do a one-day launch and expect that they'll come on board. It doesn't happen like that. Old habits are difficult to change. Even with cards, people may have some perceptions, some bad experiences, and so they may not want to use it. But the service providers need to do the awareness as of if these are potential customers. Bank of Ghana, we occasionally do, but you see, the bank is the one they interface with. No customer has an account with Bank of Ghana. It's the banks that have to be driving. It takes me back to our financial, when we're bringing the mobile money into the regulatory space. Initially, the banks felt they were taking their business. But you see, the mobile money operators don't take deposits. The money is supposed to sit in a bank. And so this is free money that the mobile money operators were giving to the banks until they got the buying, and then they opened up and started engaging them. They also had these fears. And so it is something that's maybe, like you're saying, a broader stakeholder engagement, something that we can take along, that we need to create more awareness. If that MTN advert, Nasekano Wahi, yes, she's been told she's received money, but where was the money? And so we need more awareness created that, be it a smartphone or a YAM phone, some financial services are available on the phone, on the device. Thank you.
I've gotten some education recently. So I employed a driver. And then it was the end of the month, and I was trying to pay him. So I said, I don't have cash on me, but I can send you over money. Ma, scan the tumor. So it turns out that he had taken a loan, and so if I paid him, the loan would be. So there are so many issues involved. I know another person, there's a gardener who comes to my house. He says he doesn't do Momo. So when I pay him, I have to send it to the person who introduced me to him, because they live closer, so she can cash out and give to him. So either he had a bad experience, and that has firmed his position, you know. So clearly, we have Eva.
I agree that we do have a lot of work to do on the education side and the information regarding e-levy. But just let me also take the opportunity to... Antino, e-levy no so man. I started no kade first no to kwan. Non-cho odisikanoko. CCI on to kwan bio. So actually he's being saved the time that he would have taken to even take the trip. Then she's even saving the transport and all the food and all the things that she would have had to use on that trip. And if you're going to Ejura, it's not going to be a day's trip. Sometimes a 3-day trip and all the inconveniences. Sometimes we see our women behind the back of trucks. Onyim, inti. So what we are saying is that for government to provide infrastructure and all the things that is required to make this transaction easier for you, make a small contribution to the development of the nation. Number two, there are so many things that government takes care of. And post-COVID, if you were anywhere else, I don't know how many of us here file our tax returns, but if we're anywhere else in the world, for the minimum tax that you'll be paying will be about 25 to 30%. And that is the fact. And it is those taxes that helps to develop the nation. Everybody is talking about their roads. Everybody is talking about government services and public services and all. No, it's an innovative way of getting people to contribute, because taxes are just contributions by individual citizens to the development of the state. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Given that we have Ghana card now, why does it? I used to. You know, this morning when I was being introduced, they said I was working in Addis Ababa. Hello, please. In Ethiopia, everybody has to pay their tax.
Yeah.
Whether you are a small operator or not, you pay your tax. They don't have e-levy. You file your tax, and they have people who go around and inspect. So what is stopping GRA from going to Mokola and looking at everybody and saying, let me show me your tax certificate?
No, that is work in progress. I'm on the GRA board, and okay. I know that there's quite a lot of work that is being done on the tax side to make sure that every Ghanaian who is working and earning an income.
But don't you think that this rather may make people's backs up against e-levy? Whereas, you see, because it's not, I don't think people mind paying tax. It is this continuity that, because this way, if there are people who do cash transactions all the time, they can escape it. Mm-hmm. But people who have bought into the digital agenda will be the ones who will be onerously taxed. So I think that whatever GRA is doing, they should speed it up. And let people also know that e-levy will disappear when people have been moved onto the tax platform. You see, because now it's like, I've just paid this. Then when I do this, I pay. So that is why somebody is saying, the person who is saying that, oh, they used to stay here and they brought their things. They are not disputing that government needs tax revenue. Mm-hmm. But they are saying that when I move the money to her, I pay. When she goes, she pays. Maybe I went to collect the money. Now they are telling you if it's from your bank account, you are not paying.
No.
But these are just refinements that have come in before.
Yeah.
So there was not enough clarity on what was included, what was exempted. And that is what has fueled the resistance, even before the tax has been introduced. Do you see?
I understand. And I understand also that nowhere in the world will people hail any tax. we've had people fight about VAT and all of that. But it's also time for us. I mean, somebody wrote an interesting article just recently, and I read that just a year ago, in 2020, government was providing, I'm looking at the statistics, we provided almost 600 million to small businesses under GEA, yes. And also some people are forgetting about all those
people have not forgotten.
They have not?
No, they haven't forgotten. People are saying that in every system, taxation should be progressive. And those who are making a lot. So we are very prosperous people who can buy vehicles for $3 million. Some can buy for 1 million. Some people cannot even afford a motorbike. All of those things. This is how people want to see those things. Because politically, you don't need a fight when you don't need it. You pick your fights, you see. And now somebody is saying, well, you bring the tax. When, maybe May, whenever it's introduced, you go to the market. Tomatoes that you used to buy for 5 cedis, now they are selling for 8 cedis. What are you going to do? What it does is that it causes disaffection. So I'm just talking about the public education that is needed and more durable solutions. What is the tax filing date in this country?
April.
April what?
April 1st.
2 days, 3 days ago. We didn't hear it. You know, everybody should know that 1st April, wherever you are filing your tax. Whether somebody is paying 200, 400, 4,000, that's how you are developing the nation. So we want more durable solutions. And then you bring everybody on board and they know. And the penalties should be there. When you do, in the US, if you don't file your taxes, you know what happens. We haven't developed this mentality. Meanwhile, we have less money, you know. So I think we shouldn't say, and a lot of the Afrobarometer surveys have shown that Ghanaians are prepared to pay more taxes. They want to see what the taxes get used for. So again, it's the explanation. It's showing people these are your taxes working for you. Yeah. In other places, everywhere you go, there's a signboard.
I agree.
You walk on the road and they say, these are your taxes working for you.
I agree.
So if there are potholes, you will know whether your taxes are working for you or not. If it's asphalted, you know your taxes are working for you. So if you live in East Legon and you have asphalt road, maybe you should pay more than somebody who is staying somewhere where there are potholes. And then, so I think we should not belabor the point that generally the citizens accept that taxes are used for development, you know. And that also the communication issue has not been good. So last week I was trying to pay my housekeeper and she was resisting because in her mind, e-levy has already started. So if I pay her, then she thought when she goes to withdraw it. I've been quiet. When I go home today, I'll ask her, have you gone and withdrawn your money? Did they tax you? You know? But so people don't even know when is the effective date for this. So there are all these gaps that is creating a lot of misapprehension. As soon as it was passed in Parliament, and especially after the president assented, for people, it is the law. So you are going to pay them. They say, I don't take Momo. It's not true. They just think that when they take it, it will be this thing. So like Clarissa said, they make the regulations. You are the government. Sort it out.
lamented that we had 2 or 3 men. Now they're all gone, except those doing the coverage. It's most unfortunate that we need the male champions around the table when we're talking gender issues. Because how best can he develop a product that suits me if he's not around the table when we are talking gender issues? Like Madam said, I'm very passionate about gender inclusion. I had the fortunate honor to do some orientation for 2 firms. One was a venture capital, and the other was a fintech. At the time, I was just doing a program on gender blind spots, DFS. And when I finished doing the orientation, one guy asked, no, he was smiling. So I was wondering why he was smiling, because I just done an orientation on the need to design products to suit us. Then he says, now I understand my wife. He took it it became personal. And I asked him why. He said, when I call, my wife picks it. But when I send messages, she doesn't pick. So I asked, how many kids do you have? What are their ages? And he says 3 months to 6 years. Of course, a woman with that batch, she's not, excuse me to use the word, a side chick, where she's constantly holding the phone to be just sending messages. Her hands are full. And so now, once he got it, I told him, I expect that when you are designing products, financial service for your consumers, have your wife at the back of your mind, because it should be suitable for her to use. She's not using the text messaging system. She rather would pick a call, because that's what she has time for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's give Clarissa a clap. Thank you. And now we'll welcome our panel. Oh, you are part of the panel. Sorry. Okay. Yes, we understand. And that is where we need more education. Next time in the letter you write that gender equal does not equal women. It means men and women. Miss Mabel Simpson, is she here? Thank you. Please join us. Fatih Abdullahi. Where is Fatih? Ah, okay. Please sit at the far end. And Miss Eva Mens, please join us. So we now have a panel discussion on the topic, Building Women's Economic Resilience in a COVID-19 Economic Recovery Process. In a way, it's a continuation of the conversation that we have started. But we want to do it in a slightly more structured way. So I'm going to start by introducing the panelists properly. Patricia, come. I can't find my guiding questions. So guiding questions. I printed them. Where are they? Mm-hmm. So let me introduce our panelists, some of whom you have heard already. So let me start with Mabel. So Mabel is a female Ghanaian fashion designer. So we are also creating the business for you. And CEO of MSMEs in Ghana. So once you see the M is a small M-O. Small M, MSMEs. She studied at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where she studied communication design and visual arts and graduated with a second-class upper in BA communication design. She started MSMEs with a borrowed sewing machine from her grandmother at age 25, with a capital of US $100, which was then 200 cedis. Simpson resigned from her office job in August 2010 to start MSMEs. It took MSMEs 5 years to go international, and now she has suppliers in the US, Australia, Canada, and South Africa. Hooray! Let's give her a clap. But you don't supply in Ghana? Okay, so she has suppliers in Ghana, South Africa, Canada, the US, and Australia. Now we have Fatih Abigail Abdullahi. Please wave to everybody, and you are going to have to take off your mask. She's the executive director of the Widows and Orphans Movement, and also the founder of Atara Ghana Limited, a social enterprise that identifies, develops, and promotes value chains that are indigenous to localities within Ghana that are dominated by women. Ms. Abdullahi has over 10 years of experience supporting females to start and or grow their businesses, especially in rural areas in Ghana. Her academic background is in natural resources management, renewable energy, sustainability and technology, livelihoods and markets, just to mention a few. And all of these enhance her ability to navigate her work on women's economic empowerment. She's a board member of the Ghana Share Network, started in 2018, and the vice chair of the CSO platform in agriculture in the Upper East region. And she also coordinates the Upper East Regional Network for NETRIGHT. Welcome, Fatih. Let's give her a hand. We've already listened to Mrs. Kudowo, but let me introduce her again. She's an assistant director at the Bank of Ghana. She's a trained supervisor in banking and payment systems. She's a passionate advocate for women's empowerment and gender and financial inclusion. Thank you, ma'am. And now we have Ms. Eva Esaba Mens. She's the Deputy Chief Director Technical at the Ministry of Finance, and she was the first female Director of Budget. She started work at the ministries in 1991 as a national service person and managed aid from the USA through Canada as head of the Americas desk. She was head of budget development and with responsibility for budget preparation for 7 years. So if you don't get money, you should call her. And she was head of public finances reform, where she led major reforms like program-based budget, and as I said, gender-responsive budget. And we are very pleased to have her with us. So as I said, sorry, I'm getting a technology challenge, but hopefully here we have Wi-Fi, so I should be able to get into my Wi-Fi. I'm sorry. So let's start. We've heard a lot about women's businesses, and the first M is micro, and small, the S is small, and the other M is medium enterprises. Okay. And we know that a lot of women set up enterprises, especially micro enterprises, because of the ease of entry And often because they don't have access to land and other types of capital. So this is well known and documented. And even before COVID, long before COVID, there were lots of issues. So I'm coming to Fatih and then to Ms. Simpson to tell me about some of the issues that existed even before COVID. I'll start with you, Fatih.
Thank you very much. Good to be here. Nice to meet you all. Yes, so before I go into, before COVID, I would like to remind all of us that most of the manufacturing in this country is actually done outside Accra. And since morning, we've been talking more about retail trade. Let's also bear in mind that we have a lot of production going on, and most of our women actually are into the processing industry in this country. And so even before COVID, we had issues of access to technology, because when you start adding value to products, you would need to reduce the drudgery associated with most of these things. Then, apart from technology, we had the issues of even assessing certification. So like your FDA certificates, your standard certificates, which are mostly the basics. And going back to the fact that we have most of our manufacturing businesses outside Accra, means that if they need to register their products or certify their products, they would end up in one way or another having to come to Accra. So again, even in terms of decentralization of these standards was a big issue. I remember one time in Bolga, we had to export a product, and then we had to drive from Bolga to Paga to just get a certificate that was needed before the product can be sent by either DHL or FedEx. Now I ask, how many entrepreneurs, especially when we talk about the micro level, can do that? And so in terms of entrepreneurship, even before COVID, we had the issues of most women enterprises not even knowing the opportunities that were available for them. And today we've talked about access to information, we've talked about packaging. I remember that back in 2016, we did a research in terms of packaging in this country, and most of the packaging that people needed, you ended up having to import it. And these things come with minimum orders. And when we're talking about micro or medium enterprises, virtually they will end up using all their capital to import these things. And so I would stop here, and maybe Mabel can add on. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Fatih. For us, one of the challenges that we had before COVID was an enabling environment in the workplace. Before COVID, we all know that we're used to going to work every day. But COVID came and taught us that some work can be done at home. So for us in our workplace, realize that especially the women with children, you know, sometimes they come to work, they have to come to work with their children, especially when they are sick. Now, COVID made us realize that we need to empower these women to also have sewing machines at home, so that the part of the work that can be done at home, they do it at home, and then they don't come to work every day. So in this case, if you create such an environment or situation for them, they're able to save on money. They don't, because they are not going to take transportation and come to work, but then okay. mean, one of the constraints had to do with the mindsets when it comes to technical and vocational education training, and getting the support from even friends and family to pursue that agenda. And for me, I mean, since I started this, I've been an advocate for technical and vocational education training, working with CODVET, and then schools and, you know, vocational institutions. The mindset about, you know, technical and vocational education training not being for brilliant people is something that we need to change. And gradually we find that people who actually even studied medicine in schools are now becoming fashion designers or getting into the creative field as a side business or as a full-time business. So the mindset is gradually changing. And it's about time that I've always said that we patronize our own, because there are a lot of young people, or there are a lot of people in Ghana who are actually making quality made in Ghana products for the global market. There are a lot of institutions who are supporting these programs that, I mean, it's given prominence to the products that we manufacture here. So the mindset about technical vocational education training is changing. And sometimes you face challenges when you go and bid for contracts. Even getting payment after you supply the product, it's an issue. And I'm sure there are a number of entrepreneurs here who know that if corporate institutions went to China, they would make payments before the products are produced. But then when it comes to us Ghanaians, you always need to deliver, pre-finance the project before, I mean, you receive your money, and it takes 30 days, 60 days. This is a very big challenge for, I mean, SMEs, MSMEs, because, I mean, one, access to finance is an issue already, and if you need to pre-finance and it's going to take a longer period of time for you to get your payment, it's put a lot of financial burden on the business. So it's one thing that also needs to be addressed, because when you are paying someone who doesn't live in Ghana, someone you've never met before, you make the full payments. But then when you're paying a Ghanaian business, it's after they have produced the items.
Thank you very much, Prof. So there's quite a lot that government has done in the past, and I don't want us to dwell on what has happened in the past. I want to focus a lot more on what we intend to do. I happen to be responsible for the Ghana Cares program, which is the government's response to implement programs to address the effects of COVID. Part of that initiative actually started in 2020. And I don't know how many of you heard about Ghana Enterprise, formerly NBSSI, and the initiative that it launched, the ADOM and Enigaso and all of that. Out of that support, in fact, government provided 600 million.
No, but we will come to that. Yeah. I just want to back that up. Pre-COVID kind of took into account some of the constraints, some of the issues that are coming up, because these are pre-existing issues.
Okay. So institutionally, and if we're looking at policy, we look at institutional, and we look at regulation and requirements by the state, and also support to small, medium, and micro. And the agencies supporting those in the businesses in those sectors include GEA, yes, MBSSI. It includes various institutions that government has set up over the past few years. We have the MASLOC, and we have the YEA, we have so many others, all in an attempt to provide targeted support to female-owned businesses. If you go to GEA, and that's why I started off with GEA. Go to GEA. There were
That's the Ghana Employers Association.
Ghana Enterprise.
Enterprises.
Yes, agency.
That's a new one, isn't it?
No, it's NBSSI.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It's
So they
now,
changed the name.
Yes, precisely.
And also their focus. And I just to show, I'm trying to cite an example of how we've tried to target support to female-owned businesses. Under that support, 69% of the support went to females. And it was intentional. And thankfully, it's headed by a female. It's Madam Koziyanki. And there were exceptional efforts. There were additional institutional arrangements to target smaller businesses owned by.
NETRIGHT did a study on that.
Okay.
Yes, and so we'll come to that. But I just wanted to ask Fati or Mabel, have you dealt with NBSSI or past now GEA from the regions? What kind of support did you receive from them? Please pass the mic.
I mean, they occasionally organize training workshops, which we've been able to attend a few of them here.
That's all.
Yeah.
No money. No, we applied, but we were not successful. You applied, but you were not successful. Okay.
Yeah. So from the CSO level, we do have a very good relationship with then NBSSI, now GE, in terms of offering trainings. But for me, I would come to the issue of the trainings that are being offered. As we classify women's businesses, it's important to also be mindful of the trainings that we are offering to women businesses. The experience we have from the CSO's perspective is that we tend to offer the same training for all women businesses. So for instance, we start with the first thing, record keeping. But most likely, the business you are dealing with has gone beyond record keeping and needs something else. And so for me, MBSSI is a good institution that is structured to support micro businesses. However, we need to relook at how do we structure their operations in a way that is being more impactful, that is actually growing businesses. And most often than not, I think that for institutions that offer support services to women businesses, we tend to like to do the simple things. And it could be because of maybe monetary constraints, or it's just easy to do that. But then there is always a growing stage. And once the person has started, what is the next step? What is that big thing that we need to offer to bring this business to another level, to grow? And I'm sure that we have a lot of research that shows that most of these women businesses end up being stagnated. It's like they are not really growing. And so at a wider scale, probably we should be asking the question, now that GEA is being restructured, and I think they now have a policy that was put in place by the Ministry of Trade. But then, how do we, and I was reading the policy some days back, which at least touches issues of youth and women entrepreneurs. But the question is that, how do we go beyond the narratives, the big English, to practicalize the daily things that women entrepreneurs actually need? And for me, GEA needs to do this.
So, Eva, GEA is under the Ministry of Trade, right?
Yes, it is.
So as Ministry of Finance, how do you interface with them?
We interface quite closely. The support, I started off by the support, and practically that's what GE has been doing actually, to ensure that they target their support to female-owned businesses. And they actually discriminate. If you look at the value of how much money went out, you see that they really discriminated towards positive discrimination towards female-owned businesses. But we have a very good relationship with GA. I actually sit on the committee of the CABAS program, and the ministry provides all the requirements, the required funds, and also look at their policies and programs. They come under the Ghana Cares, and so we have frequent discussions with them to ensure that they are delivering on the objectives that and the targets that we set for them. But as you know, the Ministry of Finance really sits as a central agency, and we can only support ministries with their programs and policies. And I think that GEA, with the restructuring of GEA, we are seeing a lot more dynamism. 5 years ago, you wouldn't see GEA that active, but now they're all over the place. They have systems. And by the way, the support that we gave on the CABAS, we use digital systems. Yes, all the funds were transferred by Momo, and there were adverts around. You see the trader in the market, the mechanic, and all of those who benefited from the CABAS actually used digital platforms to access the funding. But more importantly, I think that we need to focus on the broader environment. As you said, is the policy environment supportive of small businesses, and are we targeting the females? I think that if we've applied ourselves to what this year's budget theme is, this year's budget theme is actually building an entrepreneurial nation. Our interest really is to ensure that people like Mabel, we groom a lot more people to become like Mabel. We all grew up, my parents were teachers, and all they will tell you is that you need to have a profession. And profession in those times did not include fashion design. It included being a lawyer or being a doctor, those, in terms of ranking, being a nurse or a midwife, or those were what were considered professions. But here we are now, the environment has changed. And we need really to change the mindset, as Mabel indicated. And this year, starting this year, we are targeting to reach 1 million young people with funding. And we've set aside significant amounts of money. And we are out there trying to reach out to people. But you know, I've been at the ministry for so long. And even when you open these platforms and you set out these websites and you try, you have very, very little responses. You know, and you might be surprised. People say that, oh, we don't hear government. We go out there making all the adverts, we go on internet, and you see very little response. Recently, we had a program with NEIP, those who wanted to go into agric. And one of them was a big farmer in Isichari, and we went to visit. And I was surprised, and I have pictures of university graduates, people, young women, and he's focusing on women, young women who have finished universities, and they're on the farm driving tractors. And I said, how did you get all these women here? He said it was by word of mouth. I said, we need to scale this up. And so, yes, we are scaling it up. We are supporting them with 10,000. But very few women will have the courage and the boldness and the confidence to say that I'm going out there to Isichari with no Wi-Fi, by the way, to drive a truck and farm. But these were like 15 women, young women, very excited. And I said, if we provided you with basic facilities here and bring you Wi-Fi, he said, my husband will even move here. So the thinking is changing, but there are very, very few of them. The majority of the people who you speak to will tell you they want government job. And I'll give you one last statistic and I'll close. We had NAPCO in 2018. We had 97,000 young people sign up to NAPCO. And we all agreed that it's going to be 3 years. And after 3 years, we started educating them that the 3 years has ended. Some of them were recruited by Ghana Education Service. We made it mandatory. Any state institution that was going to recruit, pick it from the NAPCO cohort. And that's what happened. Now we've managed to get out about 32,000. We have about 67,000 more. We did a study, And 86% of all the beneficiaries out of the 67 said that they want government employment. 86%.
But I'm not surprised.
I know. That's one of the outcomes of COVID. Because a lot of private sector people laid off the young people, now people's minds are made up. It's only have to be state.
Yeah, it was only the state that was paying people during COVID.
Yes, it was only the state that paid people full salary, and even if we stayed at home, they paid you. Teachers who stayed at home were paid and all of that. So even those who are in the banks now say that I want, and I get calls all the time. And when I walk into my bank, the tellers are telling me, Antiva, can you find us jobs in the ministries? I mean, that is the reality. But we don't want them, Prof, we don't want them to come and work at Ministry of Finance. We want them to have a Ghanaian dream of being independent, strong, and working for themselves. And that is what we are trying to support under not just Ghana Cares, but also YouStart. And I brought you those who are really interested, I brought copies of the YouStart brochures so that you can, even if you are not interested, you can share it with someone. The state has provided a policy framework, has provided the institutional arrangement. We are now waiting for the young people and young businesses, business owners, female business owners, to access those facilities and take advantage of the programs, especially for 2022.
Thank you very much. Before I move to Clarissa, I just wanted to make a point. I have been doing some work with ASSET, the Africa Center for Economic Transformation. But I've been reviewing some of their studies. And they did a study they did a study on Ghana and Senegal. And it was very interesting because the policy, that's why I have been asking you, the policy environment in Senegal has been very supportive. And their digital, it's interesting, they laud Ghana for being pioneers in the digital space. And yet when you come down and you go to the institutions and you talk to people, nothing has really changed. And one of the findings in this study is about the lack of career guidance in schools. So it's not surprising that everybody wants this. People are not aware of opportunities out there. And then people are also, especially in the digital sphere that we'll come to, parents are relying on neighbors who may not know anything about the digital economy as the trusted advisors. So it goes back to the Ministry of Education and what is happening in schools, this career guidance, because that is where some of these brochures could go so that from a very early age, people begin. So young women can see themselves on tractors, they can see themselves, even now, I mean, you don't even need people to fly planes. You can send drones to irrigate and all of those things. But at least to see themselves in these new roles. So I think that there's a gap somewhere that we are not filling. That career guidance that shapes aspirations instead of leaving it to parents. I mean, even for us in this room, some of the things that Clarissa was talking about was new to us. Do you expect the majority of parents, even in Accra or Kumasi or Bolga, to know about all these new NFID, what is it, financial inclusion, digital economy thing? You see, QR code. So basically what is happening is that those growth sectors, people don't know about it. So that's why they persist. That's why professions can only be doctors and lawyers and other things. When in your fashion design business, the money that you can make in a month, Eva can dream about, in the ministry. So there is some lack there, which needs to be plugged. So Clarissa, I know that at Bank of Ghana you are involved, you are interested in macroeconomic stability, all the big things. In fact, sometimes I ask myself, so is the bank worried about unemployment? Does the bank worry about women's business? So now you have a chance. Tell us about what the bank does in that space. Please take the mic from Eva.
Before I answer, the bit about exclusion in the digital space, I'll use my father as an example, my late father as an example. At the time he was retiring, he died at 93, we hadn't done the redenomination. And so about a year or two ago, when I was trying to give him some orientation on Momo, you can imagine his resistance. Because even with redenomination, when the zeros were taken, he still would talk about millions. Now you are even going to a virtual space, which he had no concept. So it looks as if the older you get, the more excluded you become, which shouldn't be the case. Ideally, it shouldn't be the case. And I'm dreading what will happen when I retire next year, how the financial system will be like.
When you what?
I retire next year.
Okay, you go on.
What the financial system, because it is fast evolving. And so if you don't get on board now, it will be easy for you to be excluded if you're not careful. Now to what Bank of Ghana is doing. Like I said earlier, we are now picking sex disaggregated data to enable us give the right policy direction and interventions. But for now, not much has really been done, because it would be good. We collect data from the banks. If we could, for instance, say, the 20 largest depositors, so much are owned by women-owned businesses. We don't have that kind of data. Or along the sectoral distribution of credit, women are in these subsectors. We don't have the information. I remember we met Standard Chartered, a fintech, and one other entity. I was moderating the Singapore fintech something. And the first question I asked Standard Chartered, because they were making so much noise that they were in the MSME sector, and I asked him, what data do you have on that subsector? Oh, if I had known you were coming to ask me that question, I would have looked. They don't have it. And so, yes, we don't have that information. And the data in the digital space is the oil. We really need data.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. So now we can pivot to COVID-19. We have heard a lot. I think Professor Abino Odro's discussion, presentation, gave us the national picture of what was happening. But now I want to come to your individual experiences. And I'll start with you, Mabel. A brief thing on COVID-19 and businesses in Ghana generally, and then on women's own businesses, especially in your sector, because I'm sure you know a lot more about what was happening in your sector.
For us, I think that, well, we didn't have to stay at home. We sort of re-strategized. I mean, when COVID broke out and there was lockdown, WHO had issued a statement to say that the reusable face mask wasn't what was supposed to be used. We were supposed to use the disposable mask. So I remember a couple of people had asked if we're making them, and I would say no. And I had a few friends who would also say, why are you not making them? And I said, well, there's the statement that WHO has issued, so I'm really not going to, start working on it. But, well, as a woman, our instinct. So I consulted a few friends, doctor friends, and they said, okay, if you're going to make it, make sure it's 3-ply, it's this, it's that, it's that. So I called the team. Fortunately, we had built a system where the production team, most of them lived in the community. So, I mean, it was easy for them to come to work.
How many employees do you have?
Currently, we have 8 full-time employees, and then we have some contract workers, and then we subcontract some of our work also, depending on what we are doing at a particular time. And so I had some come and live in my home, and then those who were living in the community would come home. So I said, okay, let's just make about 30 pieces and then see how it's going to work out. Well, thanks to social media and technology. So we made the first 30 pieces, put them on social media, and within like minutes, they were gone. Now, something that we had not planned to do, like we're on our feet 7 days in a week, working. And we're fortunate because the whole country was on lockdown, but we were able to work because they lived in the community. Then we also found people in the community, people who were not even working with us, women who were not working with us, but they were seamstresses. Because they were not making clothing, Now we contracted them to make the face mask for us. So now we had more people making this. So that's how we survived, the lockdown period. So by the time the lockdown was over and people were now working partially, we had already taken the leap, and FDA came in with the specifications and everything. So that's how we survived. Then again, I'll come to what I was talking about earlier, the enabling environment. So that's also some system that we've created at our workplace, so that now instead of the women coming to work every day, they are able to work at home on some days and also save more money. Just last week, we had one of our ladies, she's been with us for about 5 years. Now her husband was being transferred out of Accra. So then she had to decide. Initially, when she mentioned, she said she was going to go with her husband to Kumasi. Then last week, she came back and said that she's thought about it. As a woman, she needs to think about the work that she's doing. If she goes to Kumasi, it's a new environment for her. And she doesn't know anyone there. She now needs to go and look for a new job, and she doesn't know how she's going to cope. And she needs to look for a school for her. She's got 2 kids. Look for a new school for her children. So what she's decided to do is to allow her husband to go to Kumasi while she stays. So I asked her, have you discussed this with your husband? She said, yes. What do you need? And she said, all that she needs is a washing machine. Once she gets a washing machine, she knows that she's going to be okay, because then she's not going to spend so much time, washing, and she'll be able to look after the children because she lives alone. So then as a business, you need to, put the needs of your female employees also at the back of your mind, that is going to get to a point where you need to support them, because it's in the entrepreneurial space, it's difficult to find loyal team members, especially in our industry, in our field. People come in, you train them, and they leave. And, training people to get the kind of quality that you want in our space, it's something that's very critical. So when you have team members who are willing to sacrifice, as a business, you also need to sacrifice for them. So now we still have her. We've made sure that she's comfortable. She doesn't need to come to work every day, but she's still earning a living. She's earning some money, taking care of her children. Because there's a woman that, when she started working with us, her first child was 4 months. And she was bringing the child to work. So now we are putting up our own production space, a bigger space, where we are including sort of a nursery or a room, so that when they bring their children to work, they can have a comfortable place to, sleep and not be in the production space. So these are some of the systems that as businesses we need to put in place so that everyone is comfortable at work.
Did you benefit from any stimulus package?
No, we didn't.
Did you apply?
Yes.
And were you given a reason why you were not successful?
No.
Patty?
Yes. Yes, to just add on, COVID. So the impact on COVID for different women entrepreneurs was different. I would say that women that were into goods that were perishable were at higher risk. I remember because I live and work in Upper East, most of my examples come from there. And in Bolga, most of our vegetables come from the Boko area. And we have market days every 3 days. And so when there was lockdown in Accra and Kumasi, we didn't have lockdown. But then we had attempts being made to decongest the market. However, the information didn't really get to people. And so we had on market days, people would travel with all their perishable goods and non-perishable goods, get to the market, only to be told that you can't sell here, you need to move to a different place. And then this new place you are going, buyers haven't been told that there's a new market that is being set up there. And so virtually nobody is coming there. And so you find that resistance. And so you realize that for women that were that were producing vegetables, they virtually lost their capitals, because you would bring these vegetables and you can't sell, and you can only come back after 3 days. And so, do you send the goods back? Do you leave it? Who do you leave it with? How do you store it? And so that in itself created a lot of women losing their startup capital. Then when we talk about childcare, so as an organization, we've been working on unpaid care work. The need to redistribute unpaid care work. If you recognize that childcare, household activities are some of the things that prevent most women from being able to engage in economic activities. And so when schools were on lockdown, it meant that we had children at home. And these children that were at home meant that the care burden was more on females. And even when we look at females, it wasn't all females. So for elderly females that are 50 years and above, they didn't have that much burden. Because again, we have a social norm where in our homes, in our communities, we respect elders. And so as a child, you can't be seated and then the elderly will be doing all the care work. And so even with that, you would realize that the impact of childcare, which was as a result of schools being locked down, were on women who were within the reproductive ages that had smaller children. And these are the age groups that happen to equally be entrepreneurial as well. And so you had the tough decision of deciding whether you're going to take care of the children that are at home, or you're going out to make a living. And we all agree that I feel that choice, no woman should be allowed to make that choice, because it's not a fair thing to do. And so again, we had those challenges of women not knowing what to do. More especially when we know that we tend to have a lot of single mothers that have no support system anywhere and have to take on this other responsibility. And then we had some women, especially in the urban areas, who had the opportunity to diversify, to sell the nose masks, to sell the sanitizers. I think women that were into grains, selling of grains, also had lesser risk, because though we were on lockdown, we were eating. And I think that was what created the social media hype about people wanting to keep fit, because people realized that they were putting on weight. So yes, we were eating. And most of the foods we tend to eat are the grains. So that equally was something that didn't affect the women that were in that category too badly. Yeah, thank you.
Did you receive a bonus, any stimulus?
So as a social enterprise, we did apply. We applied. We never had feedback. We never had any support. To add that, our social enterprise is equally a member of AGI. And so AGI even compiled the list of their members that had applied and tried to follow up for us, but there was still no response. So again, that was a challenge.
Sorry, maybe.
Yes, I just wanted to add that COVID also saw the rise of people coming to accept digital payments, because we operate online and then we have a physical space also. But because there was lockdown, now we realize that people will now order, or even after lockdown, people will order for product, you deliver, and then they pay via Momo or other digital payment. So, I mean, before then, it was quite, I shouldn't say difficult, but although we had all the digital payments, people were a bit reluctant to, pay you digitally. They would want to receive the item and then give the cash to the dispatch rider. But now that wasn't in place. We saw that, I mean, we're doing about 80% digital payment and then just 20% cash. And we are hoping that even with e-levy going to be introduced, people are still going to have the trust, because it makes everything easy. Even for us as a business, when we are buying supplies from the market or from our wholesalers, I don't have to go to Makola or to the suppliers personally, because we've built a relationship with them and they know the kind of product that you want. You just order for your product and then you pay and then it's delivered to you. So it's kind of created a convenience, and we are hoping that more education would be done about this and people would still have the confidence to pay digitally.
So I'm going to skip the issue about barriers inhibiting women-owned businesses, because we've spoken about it a bit, and move into I said I'm going to skip the barriers inhibiting female-owned businesses from growing and get into the digital economy, because I know that Eva has to leave soon and time is going. So let's look at we've heard a lot about financial inclusion and in the digital economy. Let's try and focus on women entrepreneurs in the digital economy. What are the challenges and barriers? We'll start with Eva.
I was actually hoping to sit quietly and listen, because we are policymakers, and our job is to listen and try and formulate policies that
so
are
tell
responsive.
us about the policies.
That are responsive. So, pre-COVID, I mean, we've had extensive discussions about how COVID and Professor Abner Odro's presentation shared a lot about how COVID impacted businesses, especially female-owned businesses. And as I indicated earlier, part of our response from the government side was to initially provide the cabas and all the food and water, and she outlined all of those, the containment measures and all of that. And then we also put in place the Ghana Cares program. The Ghana Cares program, and I hope you give me a couple of minutes to just share with you what we intend to do, because we've started work in last year, and we are focusing on 5 sectors. Because we don't think that we should spread ourselves too thin. There were issues that actually emerged that re-emphasized the need for us to focus. And so we are looking at agriculture, that at the minimum we should be self-sufficient in food. There shouldn't be a situation where we are so reliant on imports. Not only does it take away our ability, our forex, and creates problems for our city, but we should be at least dependent, we should be self-sufficient and have food security. Then we are looking at trade, adding value to what we produce locally. And I get very excited when I go on Instagram and I see all these new businesses that are springing up and seeking to add a value from shoes to clothing and to everything, to food. There's now quite a diverse business opportunities in the food chain area. And so we plan on supporting those in the value addition space. And technology. We know that technology has opportunity, has great potential for a lot of small businesses. And so we are trying to replicate those who have been to the digital center, the Accra Digital Center. We want to replicate that in all the regions so that we can train young people, especially women, in how to develop softwares for local use instead of always going on the internet and purchasing software. And we need solutions to our local problems. And so we are hoping that we can provide the necessary support. We are going to partner with MasterCard. We are going to partner with MEDA to help us develop these tech hubs where young people will be trained. We also want to go into the production of basic equipment. If you ask Mabel now, I believe that most of the equipment he uses are imported. We want to be able to produce some of the basic equipment we have here. So there's work being done on machine tooling and the foundry and all of that. And of course, then want to do tourism. One of the areas that got affected during the COVID era because of the lockdown was the tourism center. All the waiters, I participated in the sharing of food in Osu because we worked with Osu Presby, and we went into Osu. And I was really shocked at the level of poverty right behind the Ministry of Finance. I mean, it's walking distance from Ministry of Finance. And we went into some homes, and you see old women who have no means of earning an income. Their children are waiting, their grandchildren were waiting tables, and because of the lockdown, they were home. They did not have any other means of survival. And so we had to make sure that they were taken care of. But post-COVID, and that's where I take a lot of personal interest. What we have not done efficiently is to target our support. And we've discussed that extensively. Yes, we are the ministry, we develop policies, and we support, we allocate resources and all of that. But we recognize that there's a disconnect between some of the policies that we implement and how it affects people. And what we are seeking to do is to break that disconnect. And that's where gender responsive budgeting comes in, where we are able to track all these resources that we allocate and the expenditures that are made out of these resources to make sure that they are being delivered. One of the successful programs that we've implemented is a LEAP program, for instance, where we provide cash grants. What we want to do in the future too is to go digital on that. We've tried digital payments because there are a lot of issues around providing these cash payments to caregivers, and they are females and they are in homes and the men take the money, and it's very, very difficult, and a lot of it has to also do with our cultural setups. So what we as a Ministry of Finance is doing, it's working, and the Ghana Care is working effectively with the various ministries, the sectors that I've identified, where we'll be able to track these programs, track these expenditures to make sure that not only are we being efficient, that we are really reaching the beneficiaries, the supposed beneficiaries and target groups. It's unfortunate that the two people that I have on stage here both applied and did not receive support from GA.
And far apart.
And one is in Accra and one is in Bolga. That really hurts me. And I'm going to go back to Cozy and tell Cozy that I've had a very disappointing day. I sat on the same panel with two business people, and none of them benefited from the program. So maybe you have to be a bit more intentional and make sure. But interestingly, if you look at the statistics, and I have it here, I wish that we will have some time to share some of these statistics, because they tell a story. And as much as I can speak all I want, it will not have the same effect if I shared with you the statistics. A lot of them were in Accra because they have, and that brings us to the digitization issue. They have access to internet. They were on their phone because we insisted that you go on the internet and apply. So, of course, it cuts out all of those who are not in Accra and do not have access to the internet. Those who filled forms, I went to my hometown, and I come from Axum. I went to my hometown, and I got someone to register some of the young people who had need, and especially the women. And I said, register them and let's forward them on through the internet. I just facilitated it because I wanted to help and if you know those along the coast, a lot of them are teenage mothers. So many of them are teenage mothers. So I said, all those who are selling, just register and forward them. Of course, very few people got the support. So they would have been, none of them would have received any support at all if I had not made the effort to register them. So yes, there's a need to, until we are able to digitize the entire country, there still will be an Accra-based system. And this is where Bank of Ghana comes in. If you get outside Accra, yes, they have the phones, but they are completely clueless as to how to use the phone to access any public service, and what more, to access any loan or any help that the state is offering. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the digital space. If you are really going to move to the digital space, a lot of our people are illiterate. They have the phone, they are on Facebook watching pictures, they are on Instagram and TikTok. But if to use it to fill a form and send it so that they can access a facility, we will cut more than 60% of our rural folks. So a lot of education, a lot of support, even if it's not for the mothers, for the children. Because I just came from Maxim yesterday, because I'm literally in the space. They think I want to stand for election. Every time you help a community, they think you want to stand for election. I'm not interested, but I think that I have to give back to the community that I literally grew up in. So I was there yesterday, you talked to them, and they are so detached. They are so detached from, the only thing is that the children get to go to school. I said, have you registered for NHIA? Yes. So that you can go to the hospital. Your children going to free SHS. They said, okay, they are going. Thankfully, I don't have to pay, but I have to buy the things for them to take to school. So government policy overall in education and health is supporting the rural folks. Beyond that, there's very little going on, and it's work in progress. And you can be sure that for those of us at the ministry, we are fully committed to doing this. I am passionate about women and including women and making sure that they benefit from public policy. So we'll continue to provide whatever leadership is required to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Eva. You have cleverly gotten around it, but you have provided very useful information. But I just wanted to ask you one more thing before Clarissa came in. Because my worry is also about the continuity of government policy. This is, an initiative. I said one of my concerns is about the continuity of government policy. So digitization is the wave of the future. So much is going on. We need the investments. But we've seen so many things before. An initiative gets started, it makes some headway, then it gets dropped. So how are you also getting the buy-in so that this is something that everyone is committed to and is not seen as associated with a particular government and its policies? Then there is also the question of connectivity. You can go on a Ghana Gov website and you can simply not log in. You can try it so many times. Each time you are refused. So the back-end systems are so important, because if even you are sitting in Accra and you are having this frustration, imagine that you are in the regions with maybe patchy connections, and try as you might, you simply cannot log in. People will just give up,
I thought I had responded to your issues. But sustainability, and that's why we are using GEA. We have NEIP, we have had a number of interventions since 2006. I did a study on government interventions of support, and I think that since 2004-05, we've been very deliberate about providing direct support to individuals, and it's been sustained over the years. I mean, we've had our own issues, but why we are asking GEA to lead this effort is because it's a state institution, and we made a deliberate effort to use GEA. Yeah. Of course, there are the emerging or newly emerged institutions like YEA and NEIP and all of that, but we make sure that the director of WIAD is here. So maybe she should be given opportunity to share with us what government is doing on the agric front to support women. Yes, because she's been leading a lot of efforts in addressing the challenges women farmers and women in the value chain phase in terms of financial support and training. So it's not just
I'll come
training.
to her
So,
soon. And
yeah.
by the way, we watched you at the CSW event. You were good.
Okay. So she's here. Maybe, and I'm glad you give her the opportunity.
On the WIA.
On the WIA, yeah. So there are other state institutions that are working. So we should not think that it's only the Maslock and YEA. The state organizations are every day working. There are people, dedicated officers, whose job and interests are to make sure that support is provided to women, and not just women, to every Ghanaian, but there are also targeted interventions for women.
Okay, so please, let's go to Clarissa. I know she has already made a lot of points on the digital economy and women's financial inclusion. But so we will not talk about the challenges and the barriers and the key issues. But I would like you to think about some of the business opportunities within the digital economy for women.
I believe if the industry will get their act right, they should be able to support a lot of these women-owned businesses. NatWest Bank is in the UK, right? They had this intervention where what they did was to ensure that every female staff had gone through a certain orientation to be able to give their customers the needed support when they walked into any branch of theirs across Europe. And they also developed a hub where a woman who had even the concept to walk in and be taken through capacity building as to how to start the business, what capital the person may need, and even sometimes it's just an idea. The woman may not necessarily know what it entails. And so by the time the woman is ready, the institution is ready to give the support. If our financial service providers would want to go a step further and collectively have such interventions along the line, I believe they'll be able to support these women. Currently, we only have 2 female CEOs in the banking industry, and I'm hoping that the more we get, they'll be able to push some of these interventions across the industry, because the business-owned entity, yes, they just don't know the options are available until you come and tell them that, look, I can support you in this way. It may not be finance, but build capacity so that I can hold your hand to be able to take this facility. And I believe these are some of the interventions that the financial services providers can do to make a case that, yes, they're interested in supporting women wherever sector they find them, and not just collecting deposits. And so when you don't have the deposit, they're not interested in you. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we have been told, it is not only the duty of female CEOs, it's the duty of all CEOs to grow their business. And you can't grow your business when more than 50% are not part of it, So it's a collective responsibility. I'm aware that time is going, people are restless, and I think that we will open up and also begin to address the policy recommendations of building resilience for women's own businesses in a COVID-19 economy recovery agenda. And I hope Eva will have a chance to reflect again on the CARES program and tell us where the forward-looking strategies for women are in there. So the floor is open now, and yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you all for giving me this opportunity. I am Paulina Addy with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Women in Agricultural Development Directorate. And I was really excited to be here. And my passion is for the micro aspects of businesses. And we keep talking about the statistics. In our compilation, we never find the micro
taking up for our statistics. And I keep giving this example of how we don't capture those in our local cooking oil operations. For instance, those with the palm kernel oil extraction, coconut oil, we don't see these anywhere in our statistics. And how do we make these things visible? I had the opportunity to visit Fatih's enterprise in December last year. And my key worry was for micro businesses. If we leave them out of our statistics, how do we then help them? Because if you would want to help someone and you rather compound the financial woes, it becomes a burden. She has a baobab press, and that is not cheap. For such things, I strongly believe it were communally owned. We would have spread the costs, and other beneficiaries would have also used that, and the product would have been less costly. Having said this, I think it is very important for us small micro business operators to make ourselves visible. Maybe we have registered with AGI, but that is very central. How about the local assemblies? For them to capture these small businesses so we know the relative contribution to the local economy. These things we never see. So if there has to be targeting, then you are out of the loop. But if we are able to capture this at the local level, and for instance, GEA is supposed to sample, then we'll say out of the 16 regions, how many are we picking from each? So with that, we'll be coming closer home. So for me, I think I would want to have some conversation with my sister at the finance ministry for us to see how we can revise how we capture our statistics to include the micro levels. In agric, we've suffered a lot because when we're talking about modernizing agriculture, then we gravitate towards the tractors. And we forget about agro-processing equipment. And that is where we have women in their numbers. And when we're talking about micro level, that is the base of the pyramid, and the numbers are there. So when you put together the respective contributions from these small lots, it's really a big one. So we'll have to deepen that conversation and see how we can turn things around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulina, for this very concrete. I think that, I think somewhere in the Vice President's speech, there was something about sector by sector analysis. The need not to generalize, but to be very specific, because you could have a beautiful solution. It may work for Mabel, but does it work for those? And also, a certain, we are not saying no tractors, but we have this fixation on equipment that may not even be predominantly used by women, and which means that we are really excluding them. So I like the point about data. I think that today, the issue about data has been quite consistent, that we simply do not capture. And what is not captured does not exist, okay? And then this challenge to GEA, are you on the ground? Tell us. So whether the internet only works in Accra or not, we know that there are other regions and there are people there. How do you get to these other constituencies? I think that this is very concrete, and it is when we work with them and we assess their needs, that then, based on the limitations that we know they have, we can begin to see how they get included in the digital economy. But there are some first steps. So it's almost like a two-step process. We're looking at the resilience, and then we are also thinking of the inclusion. And if you can't find them, you can't even begin to talk about including them, you know. And yet, these are also the basis of what we are doing. And there's a health component to it too. Recently, I read a study which I circulated on the NETRIGHT platform FDA went to some markets in Accra. I think Domi Market. Patricia, do you remember a couple of markets? 100% adulteration of palm oil, with the Sudan dye, So this is also a way of ensuring that the phytosanitary standards are met and people's health gets protected. Otherwise, you have bought palm oil or whatever and you are eating it and you are also poisoning yourself. So you can kill so many birds with one stone. Thank you very much. Anything from this side of the room? We're looking at policy recommendations now. Yes. She's coming to you. The one in orange first and then the one next to her. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Deborah Freeman from the Union of Informal Workers Associations of the Trades Union Congress. Thank you very much, NETRIGHT team, for this wonderful forum. We have learned a lot. And the truth is that our ability to go digital really is something that is important, especially as it has the huge potential to growing our businesses and also increasing economic growth. But it is also true that most of our women, irrespective of the training that we give, might still not be able to use these digital tools, especially when illiteracy dominates the informal economy. So, but we must grow anyway. We must grow our businesses anyway. We must make progress anyway. So if you ask me, I think that the BPO sector comes in handy. And I want to recommend that to the NETRIGHT team. That is a sector that we also want to look at in using or harnessing the potentials of this sector to help our women to grow their businesses. So this is what I have for now. Thank you.
BPO, business process
outsourcing. Yes, thank you.
But perhaps you could elaborate a bit.
Yes.
On how you see it.
So, Prof, we have these young women, young men and women who have finished university. They do not have work yet. And so they go online and they can advertise the business of the Makwala woman who sells tomatoes or cloth or whatever online, because she might not be able to do so. And then she pays him or her. So we can work hand in hand to grow our businesses, despite the challenges we have in terms of being able to use digital tools. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to the study I was referring to with ASSET, because the Senegal and Ghana study, we found that the BPO sector in Ghana was very underdeveloped compared to the Senegalese one. And it went back to whether they had access to computers, etc., when they were in school and out of school. So it's back to that kind of ecosystem that we have. And I think that it calls for more investments, even in the availability. The Wi-Fi in Mokola, those kinds of issues. It looks exotic, but people go to Kigali and come back and they say, oh, this, all of this. These are things that businesses can come together and pay for. And not only in Accra. And I think that part of what this discussion also has done is shifted us from our Accra focus to look at, if we are having all these difficulties in Accra, can you imagine what it is like to move the rest of the country along? So we need to shift that focus and see how we develop. So I was very happy when Eva talked about the replicating the Accra Digital Center in all the regions. But for that to happen, you are going to have to get the buy-in, similar to what Paulina was talking about, not only of the assemblies, but of whatever local industries, because this becomes something that everybody recognizes as working for them. So it's not for our buying. So when it is for, you are waiting for our buying to come. But you recognize that it is something that moves your business. So how are you going to ensure that it is functioning and it's available. Please, the one next to her.
Okay. My name is Dora Dakwa Mensah from the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization. At the ministry, we have this Girls in ICT program where we target girls in the basic schools. And from the discussions that took place, it was suggested that we should target, the educational institutions. And maybe we could, tag along when we have these programs, to expose girls at that level to the in industry or entrepreneurship. So that's my contribution.
Yes, and I can already see job prospects. I'm talking about career guidance. Huh? So how many so for instance, do we have the statistics of how many career guidance people are trained every year? And then where are the schools? Where are the placements? And sometimes, how do we even leverage local businesses to support the career guidance offices? No, I've been to the regions and I've been to some of the, what do they call them? BACs, the Business Advisory Centers. I almost cried, because I didn't see how they were going, much activity, they didn't have enough space, and the person sitting there looked demoralized. So how is that person going to help you with your business? So again, this is a job for GEA. You have to do a value chain approach. The person that you go to see must be confident, knowledgeable, willing to work with you. And it cannot be one person, because one person cannot have all that knowledge. How do you support district assemblies to incorporate these offices in so that it becomes a one-stop shop where you pull different resources? No, we have to do it seriously. And we pay a lot of lip service to these things, and they are simply not working. Yes.
My name is Memunatu Azana from ISODEC. So listening to the discussion so far, which has been very insightful, I want to talk about the markets. Currently, we all agree that digitalization is the future, but we still in a system whereby we are interested in constructing physical space markets. I'm thinking that since digitalization is the way to go, instead of, as we have Makola Market somewhere in Accra, when I go online, I should be able to have a Makola online. That when I go, I can transact business, or I can see businesses that are in Makola that I would want to do business with online. The other part has to do with the safety of businesses online. Sometimes I go on Instagram, which most female entrepreneurs and others advertise their businesses. Then one morning you wake up and you go and the person say, account hacked, new account. How do we ensure that whilst we are trying to encourage businesses to take advantage of this digitalization or digital platforms, how do we ensure that their businesses are also very safe online? Thank you.
Sure, if we gave space to the Ministry of Communications person, she will tell you so many things about cyber security and cyber safety, but clearly it's a work in progress, and it's something. So if we really want to get serious with it, we must make sure that we are mopping up the different systems. Mabel, maybe you can also share your experience about how you ensure the security of transactions and all of those kinds of things, given that you do quite a bit of business that way.
I think it's just about being extra careful. These days, you just need to be sure that it's just not any link that you open, because once you open a link, then you know it's someone. So it's just being extra, as a person, you're just extra cautious about it. And then you also inform your team members about such things, because, people have developed ways and means of making it look like the real thing. You're going to get a message and it's just a scam. So you just need to make sure that your caution alert is like top notch. It's very high. Yeah.
I think it's, I mean, when you think that even very high-tech government websites get hacked, clearly nobody has a solution, but it's the firewall. So it's also about the systems that are built and that vigilance. If you have any doubt about a link, you don't open it. I remember a few years ago, Akosia used to receive these messages, and she was already planning how she would use the money. She was going to give some to this. I said, hey, those people are Azam people. They, before you know it, your little cities, they would have skimmed everything. Why does somebody love you and suddenly you wake up and they are promising you all of those things? So we all have to also develop. So in this environment, we have to be very vigilant, And then also there is the sexual harassment, all kinds of things, and using Photoshop, what they can even do to your photo to embarrass you, etc. So we have to be vigilant about these things. But this is the new environment. How are we going to walk into it and use it? Any other suggestions, recommendations from the floor before I turn to the panelists? Yes, please.
I just want to talk about why we should look
Who
at.
Are you?
I'm Rebecca Kwashi from TUC. Yes, I just want us to look at why those who have gone into NAPCO training are not willing to go into entrepreneurship. Yes, I have a cousin who went into it, and I was asking him, Kofi, so what can you do? He just told me, Sister Mamiya, hey, damala bedna mutumaye because that's the way. Eko live ubotria okaw. Eko retirement ebenya senate. Na me ya mi wia bedna meye. So I think there should be social interventions, social security for the informal economy, so that we will draw people who are not in the formal economy into the informal economy. Other than that, they will go through this and at the end of the day still look out for government to employ them. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very revealing because those who work for the government say it is not good, and those who are outside want to come in. So it really creates a dilemma, but it also means that you should not be punished because you work in one sector or the other. So how, like you say, how do we provide social security for people irrespective of whether they are in the formal or informal sector, so they can feel confident to take the risk, because this is a very risky environment, and your only safety net is because you are employed in you are doing decent work, however small you think the benefits are. So we have the challenge of growing the economy at the same time as we also bring more people in and provide the conditions for them so that they feel confident, and because you are saying the NAPCO and other employees. And meanwhile, this year, 20% cut. So there is no chance. In fact, even those who are there, some of them, their heads are shaking. So how is it possible to take more people in, Maybe the young people like Mabel and Fatih, how are you going to encourage people to take those risks to become entrepreneurs also, to show them that it's possible? No, I don't mind at all.
Our whole orientation this year is to identify people like Mabel and find out what she requires to expand, so that she can engage. My minister's philosophy is that if you can get 1 million or even 100,000 small businesses who will employ one additional person, or two, instead of the big businesses, our work is done. Our work is done. So what we are seeking to do is to find out from Mabel and from Ms. Abudulai Fati, what do you need to expand your business to employ 2 additional people? And then we'll support you to employ that 4 additional people. Because it is taking them...
Oh, it's general. That's what we have a market. Okay, so just to add on, I agree that we need to be targeting people that have the potential to cause a ripple effect. The idea of trying to start new entrepreneurs is good. However, entrepreneurship is not easy. There's one aspect we haven't talked about, which is even your own mental health. And I'm sure Mabel will agree with me that there are times that you want to give up because you feel the system is against you. And so we need to understand that, and just saying that, oh, we need more entrepreneurs is not as easy as we see it to be. My personal analysis of the NAPCO, which we're talking about, I remember I applied for some NAPCO volunteers. One was assigned to me. She never came to work. When I followed up, she preferred working with the government sector. Now, the government sector, why people prefer being in the government sector is not necessarily because of the security. Sometimes it is because at the government sector, you are not held accountable. You decide when you want to go to work and when you do not want to go to work, especially if you are in an area that is not busy. You go most instances and by 12 they have closed. And so some people just want a place where they sit and they are paid. And so there are so many reasons why we are having unemployment. And I would add on to the fact that if we target the businesses that are already doing well, the micro ones that are doing well, the medium ones that are already doing well, and we support them to employ the people, that would be the way forward. I just wanted to add again about academia and industry. And for me, somebody would come out of school, the person had a background in ICT, whatever you call it, anything that you think the person should know. And sometimes even the person doesn't have a Facebook account or Instagram account. And so we were talking of this concept of BPOs, where you are outsourcing. Sometimes the truth is that we don't even have the people out there to outsource. The skills sometimes are just not there. And we need to start having that discussion with industry, to ask industry, what are the skills you need? And that should inform our curriculum, the way we are designing our systems. Because if you go to school and you learn something that you come and I don't need that at my workplace, for me it's useless. And so these days, even most employers will just ask you, they don't even ask your qualification. They do more of aptitude tests because they come to realize that people that should have certain expertise based on courses that they have studied actually do not have it. To conclude, I would like to say that if we are promoting digitization, we should also be mindful of the accountability systems. So I always ask myself, my office happens to be in an area where I'm surrounded by government institutions. And this Ghana card registration that is ongoing, sometimes you will see mothers with babies as small as 3 months, 6 months, would come and have to spend the night just to register for a Ghana card. And so
I remember the last time our office security was complaining bitterly because he has to share his benches, which he uses to relax, with some of these people. Even as we are enrolling these things, we need to be thinking about how gender appropriate or how we are mainstreaming gender even in the process. Because if during the process of implementing it, we are not thinking about gender, then what is the probability that when it is done, actually it will address the gender issues? And for me, this is one key area that we shouldn't wait to get to the end and say, oh, it's a gradual process. But even as we are doing it, how do we ensure that it's addressing the needs of people in a manner? I remember that one of the offices is upstairs and it's not disability friendly. And every day I see a lot of aged people come and I'm always asking, so how are they going to climb up? Can you bring the machines down? Like, I'm always wondering, like, what thought went into even finding an office that is upstairs? So again, we have a group that one time we were trying to enable them get a bank account because we are encouraging that. And a bank denied to open their bank account for them because they said the secretary wasn't literate. This is Ghana. This is not far. And so we have a long way to go. Thank you.
I was just going to add that, yes, policies are good, but then sometimes there may be good policies, but the people in charge are the ones who sort of frustrate the implementation of these policies. But I must recommend the Ministry of Finance for supporting entrepreneurs because, well, Eva just found out that we've actually made some work for them before, twice actually. And well, we are meeting, this is the second time we are meeting, but she wasn't a facilitator for that. But they don't frustrate us when it comes to payments, unlike other ministries. Once we deliver, we get paid. Yes, so thank you for that. Yes, just to add, if we need to look at issues about, let's say, bank loans for SMEs. If a small business went to the bank for a loan, it's going to be the same interest as a big company. What are some interventions that are going to be done so that people can, small businesses can access finance? You know, for us as a business, we've gotten to the stage where we need to expand. We all know that rent doesn't come cheap in Ghana. So now we have a bit of land space where we are putting up our own production and then retail space, because we need a space where, like I mentioned earlier, has these facilities to accommodate
Just tell
children.
the minister that you employ 10 people. Give her the money.
If they give us money, we will be able to employ and then employ people with the right mindset
Eva has
also.
told you. Why are you arguing? So, Eva, your last words.
My last word is that really, just so we are clear, I'm not a politician. I'm a technical person. So a lot of these things actually are policy discussions that we have, and my colleague from Agric will tell you, it's quite intense, and we mean well. When we bring out those policies, our intentions are noble, and we really want to support Ghanaian businesses and support Ghanaians in general with good public policies. What maybe we have lacked is to follow through some of these policy implementations. And what we do not do very well in Ghana is evaluations and monitoring. And we've committed to do effective evaluations to make sure that whatever deficiencies exist in the implementation of the policies, we address them. But let me conclude by saying that anyone, if go out there, whoever is here today can go out there and take my word for it that what we are seeking to do in the next 2 years is to find people like Mabel and Fatih and be specific and target our support to them and say that if this is if you need skills, you need training, you need finance, we are willing to provide you that, and show us that you can employ this number of people if you are giving the support. That's all we want to do. And I hope that this message carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Clarissa? Hello, please.
Well, I'm hoping that with the 3 initiatives mentioned earlier, we were to drive the close the gender gap, looking at the DFS space. And I'm praying that with the orientation I've done or the presentation I've done, you're able to go out there and by word of mouth, encourage people to use the DFS, irrespective of the E-level. Eva has enlightened us that it is not what we think. It's not as expensive as we perceive it to be. And I believe with more awareness and education, people will buy, because really it's the way to go, whether we like it or not. If you don't get on board, you'll be excluded. It makes it so difficult for you to even access a service, because like with the Ghana card, without getting on board, there's no service you can do. Meanwhile, we are willing to fill our visa applications online. Why can't we fill common enterprise registration online? But when the white man wants it, we're ready to do it, get even pay for the service to be done for us. Let us do for our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give them an applause. So we've been here all day at this National Policy Dialogue, where we aim to provide a platform for stakeholders to assess the gendered impact of COVID-19 measures on women, particularly entrepreneurs. And I think you will agree with me, that this has been done. We also wanted to understand the current contextual framework of Ghana's digital economy and the benefits of digital financial inclusion. And now we can all go back and throw words at people. MFITs, see this, that, So that has also been done. To understand the systemic barriers to women's financial inclusion in the digital economy. I think we've had a fair introduction to that. How to promote women's resilience in a post-COVID-19 economic recovery. I'm not sure that we did that adequately, but we alluded to that. And then to propose policy recommendations to address gendered COVID-19 impacts on women-owned MSMEs and barriers to women's financial inclusion to enhance their economic security. I think we've had a lot of recommendations from the Vice President in his address, from the speakers, and from the floor. And it will be now the task of NETRIGHT to put them together so that they are comprehensive and to share them with participants and non-participants. So we have something that is, comprehensive enough to go out. I think that we've had a lot of ideas. We know that policies are made, they are well meant, but their execution is always the catch, We also know that there are so many different things going on, and the coordination is not always right, and we need to get it together. Unemployment is a severe problem, and it's not unemployment. That's why when you look at the statistics, it's not as high as you want. People are saying, I could work here, but I don't want this job, okay? So people should be free to decide. But in the end, reality will tell you whether you get that job or not. We have our young women here who are succeeding, but who need help to succeed. So how are we going to ensure that we target that support even better? And there are just two of them. One is here, one is up there. If we went east and west and central, etc., we'll find more. I think we should be trying to create a system that whoever you are, without knowing anybody, when an application is put out, you have a fair chance of applying and being considered. I think that is when we will know that we have arrived. And people will be giving those kinds of testimonies that I just saw the thing, I applied, and they called me, and I think one message you can send to Kosi is about the feedback. Sometimes when you don't succeed at something, you ask yourself, exactly what did I not do right? So that next time I don't repeat it. I know it's laborious, but this is a job. You employ a few people, they can analyze, and then you will have a typology of what were we looking for. Those who succeeded, what did they do? Those who did not succeed, what did they not do? It makes the system transparent, it builds confidence, and it allows the system to go on. So we are all waiting, People are tired of YA, YIE, Y. We want a system that really works, that creates employment, jobs. Jobs, yes. You are the economist, Eh? I'm building a road. I can employ so many people. They come and do the job, then they go. After that, but you want to create employment. And we are told about the and this is where the school, and I think we are doing it, get that mentality into people's heads. That it's not, in these days, it's not what you do with what you do. So you can, but if nobody needs you. So this interface between, we keep talking about it, industry is always, but it goes back to many things. If the universities are crowded and everything, how do you get the individualized attention that students need? But also, how do the associates and co who are students, you teach students real skills? Passing exams. You ask somebody to write you a brief. Can they do it? What interpersonal communication, just communication skills. So important. Not just smiling or nodding, but saying like, don't like. And we need to keep on at it. And the accountability. Sometimes people are just lazy. They don't want to be at work every time. They want to show their face, their presenteeism. You show your face, then you go. And then you ask the person, so the whole week, what did you achieve? They are looking at you. So those are some, and they know that if they come to your enterprise, even if your daughter out. So this responsibility that we need to take and to reward it, people need to see it. So I'm waiting for the fact checks. Even when they get it, I will hear. When they don't get it too, I'll talk about it. And I'll be telling more young women that government is looking for all of you to employ, so they've got money for you. I know you are not just going to hand out the money. You devise your own systems. But they need encouragement, so that they can grow and employ people. And hopefully they will pass on those kinds of ethics to the people there. So I think we are on the right track. NETRIGHT, we thank the supporters. We thank the Gracia Machel Trust. We thank the Bank of Ghana. We thank the Ministry of Finance, all the ministries here, the TUC, for cooperating with us. This is not the end. We need to deepen the engagement and really find the way to get to the issues. The micro, not forget the M. The first M is the micro, isn't it? Micro, small, and medium enterprises. And often we just forget, so we will succeed when the micros can also get into the digital space, isn't it? But first we must count them, we must recognize them, we must know their needs. So thank you very much, ladies, young and old, for joining us this afternoon. And thank you all for a successful day. Thank you. Patricia, let me hand over to you now.
Thank you, Prof. Let's give Prof a big hand.
Somebody seems to be in the process of gifting me a very nice thing. Somebody, I don't know if the person has left. Somebody has left behind a bracelet. They will have to identify it before they get it back. If we don't find the person here, we'll keep it and we will send a notice. I think it's too valuable. Whoever has lost it will let us know. Thank you.
Convener, your final words.
So I would like to thank Emerita Professor Techua Menu for steering the affairs so beautifully. Thank you to our experts. I'm not sure I'm going to Miss Clarissa. I don't remember your last name. Clarissa is fine. And the Chief Director Technical at the Ministry of Finance as well. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you to Mabel and to Fatih for sharing their personal experiences of attempting to grow a business in Ghana. Thank you, each and every one of you who shared words with us. I think we can safely say that we have had a fruitful, if long, meeting, and that the discussions here and the recommendations we have made are useful, and we will pass it on. And like I said in the morning, this is not supposed to be yet another talk shop. We intend to have this transformed into action on the ground. So you will be hearing from us going forward. Thank you, each and everyone, for your presence. Okay, so there should be lunch packs available outside. We are still in the COVID era. So please take a pack and we'll see you next time. Thank you. The AC was too.